Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
When we return, P. Diddy will never get out of jail. I don't think.
Why?
He'll never get it because he is such a
Let
flight.
me tell him he got sex crimes against kids.
What?
Yes.
Some underage people, possibly.
So why don't we just kill him?
Well,
Shoot him right between the eyes and be done with it.
Gene, this is in 1859.
I know, but if it was 1859, you know what? Surveys would be around $700.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Is this, or maybe I should ask Macho Man, he's more of an EDM guy. Yeah. Is this Punch drunk? Because we keep, now we're getting a bunch of violations on Punch drunk. And I think it's one of the bumper inner deals. I fought it all weekend with you too. So if you guys could look up Punch drunk, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Whew. Monday, December 9, 2024. It is the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello. Lummy, the executive producer. Dr. Dan, the resident surgeon and know-it-all.
Good morning.
Seth, the break 'em down Beckett card collector.
Let's get it on, slugs.
Rhett, who didn't seem as high today. Hello, Rhett. No puff pass this morning. And Macho Man. Who, by the way, Lummy, Macho Man went and found some of my XL 106.7 phone calls that I had on Reel to Reel.
Oh, yeah. We've been listening to a good amount of them.
Yo, this is Bubba.
Hey, Bubba, how come you always hang up on the people before they get a chance to cut you down? You're scared?
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Cut me down and I won't hang up on you.
Okay, we think you're the worst DJ, you should never be put under the air, and you stink.
And is that all you had to say?
No, that's not all I had to say, but I don't think I can say it over the air.
Thank you. Tell your mom I'll be over at about 12:15 to make love to her.
That was pretty much the start, right?
Yeah. That was the start of this shtick, or of the Power Pig shtick. I actually started a little bit of the Power Pig shtick in Grand Rapids in 1988, and then in San Antonio I couldn't do this. I couldn't do the prick shtick. The prick shtick. I hate kids. Boy, I gotta tell you, man, it just absolutely is like throwing gasoline on a fire when you come up with the I hate kids, get off my phone lines, tell your mom I'm coming over to blast her. Like, it just makes the whole entire community go crazy. I did it in Grand Rapids. Couldn't do it in It matters how the management, if they're gonna let you do it or not. And then so I did it. I first started doing it in Grand Rapids, and I couldn't do it in what's that?
Did it get you fired in Grand Rapids?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I guess my question, this is like, as you're going through these, what was the breaking point? Like, where did you know, like, where the line was, or was there just the line was getting fired?
The line was getting fired. Yeah. So Grand Rapids did it, fired. San Antonio didn't do it. They wouldn't allow it. It was just more of just a hot jock and let me be in your buddy,
Nice, yeah.
and didn't get fired from there. B96 didn't do it, but got fired. But that's because there was new management came in. Philadelphia didn't do it, but got fired. New management. XL Orlando did it, and did it to this. I mean, like this is these
Full on.
full on, like this kind of stuff.
XL, hello.
Yo, Bubba,
Yes, sir.
I would like to say that you should set a better example for kids.
Sir, I'm not trying to appeal to kids. Are you a parent? I am sick and tired of parents in this town blaming me because they can't raise their children right, because they can't say, don't listen to Bubba the Love Sponge. I don't want you listening to Bubba the Love Sponge. I'm a parent. I have that prerogative. So if you're a parent, don't let your kids listen to them.
And the minute you tell people don't listen to you, what happens?
They turn you on.
They listen to you
all day long.
Yeah, it's
forbidden fruit.
It's psychological. It's psychologically whatever. Psycho 101.
Yeah, book 2 of the Bible.
Me if I offend them. But as sure as hell, don't blame it on me. If they go out and do drugs and get in mischiefs, it's not my fault. Just because you're an irresponsible parent and your kids listen to me, maybe you should take a comment from your kids. Maybe your kids are trying to say, hey, Bubba's pretty it, Mom and Dad. You're a stick in the mud. I'm sick of you being a 45-year-old BMW driving yuppie. I can't play this game. Bubba knows what's going on. He knows what time it is. You're a geek. Get out of my face.
Nice.
And it's just, that's where I was really honed the Bubba prick stick there. Then went back to Chicago and did mornings and couldn't do it. Had to be like Johnny Morning Man. And then over to back.
Was there more? Is it more fun though when you got to do stuff like that? Wasn't
yeah,
it? I mean,
because
your hands weren't tied.
You would go to number one instantaneously.
Oh, really?
Because nobody.
It was a formula.
Nobody in America. I mean, Seth will tell you, no night jock in America in any format was doing that. Being an absolute dick, having chicks in the studios, no panties Thursday, lesbian Tuesdays, hanging up on kids. Nobody was doing that.
Like I said, when I was growing up, man, my church, I mean, it was a no Bubba policy, and they told us about it, which made us want to listen to you more.
Right. I mean, Seth, you've been in radio. Nobody in management would never allow this.
No, it set the tone for what would be the debaucherous scene of Tampa Bay radio for the next 30 years and beyond.
Thank you. I wasn't going to go quite there, but thank you.
God bless.
Yo, this is Bubba.
Bubba,
Yeah.
play some real music, man.
What? I play real music, Holmes. Oh, say, are you bitching at my music selection?
That's right. Tonight I am. You're not playing anything.
I'm playing really good stuff. Hey, tell your mom. I'm not happy the way your mom French kisses, but am I calling you up and bitching to you about that? No.
I remember when I was in, I guess you could say.
Dan, so if you're driving, you're like, man, I got to listen to more of this stuff.
Right.
Well, in elementary school, you were kind of a little bit of a bitch kid if you were the MJBJ show. And if you listen to Bubba, you were kind of more like the.
Yeah,
oh, man,
you're
he's
kind of a hard
badass.
ass. If you like it was
Christian
instantaneously.
Brian probably listened to MJ and BJ.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, back in the day.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but this is where I really started, refining it. Anyway, Macho Man, thank you for finding those for me, and I know you're looking at more. Thank you so much.
What do you think about your voice change over the years?
Well, I mean, it's just, I was young. What was I?
30?
No, I was, this has been 1989. Oh. This would have been 1990.
Like 25.
So it was 26. So yeah, I mean, we don't have probably a lot of recorded, when you're on the air, you're recorded every day, so you can compare your voice to when you're 26 compared to 60. So, I don't cringe. I just sound young and vivacious, if you will. Right? I mean,
you sure do.
Fast.
Yo, this is Bubba.
Hey, Bubba, how come you always hang up on the people before they get a chance to cut you down? You're scared?
I already said that one, yeah.
You weren't getting the groupies at that point. You were just dating
Holly.
No,
yeah. I was getting some groupies. Not a lot, though. Because the management let me do that, but they wouldn't let me have,
When was that, like, full on? Like, the whole,
Power Pig.
Power Pig.
Yeah, like 5 a night.
Really?
Lummy, Jennifer Henderson didn't mean you'd have like 5 or 6 show up at the station.
I understand. You weren't like busting 5.
2.
Really? Mitch Lucerini 20 and Dr. Remulak with 100.
Lummy, our girl from Maryland, Jennifer Henderson.
Hi.
She got the care package that the Merch Crick sent. So yeah. Back in the Power Pig days. See, here's why everybody hates me in the market, and I understand, is because I was allowed just to run amok and do anything I wanted, and so that people at the Power Pig back in the day couldn't have any visitors, and I had just I had literally a studio full of like 10 chicks. Taking their panties off and making out, and, just all kinds of things. And they're like, well, how can Bubba have, guests and stuff? They're like, well, it's after hours, and, the salespeople don't have to see it. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. I didn't have to do.
Were the salespeople like the moral thermometer of a radio station?
No. They were out trying to, they loved me because I was booked 7 days a week. They loved me, because clients were like, we want, they would have Hawk Harrison and, 50 people would show up, and they'd have Bubba the Love Sponge and 200 people would show up. And so they wanted me to be there. And then that caused problems, as far as the jocks hating you, Lummy, because you're making all the money.
Jeez.
I mean, Seth, how jocks, if you had one jock that got all the gigs and there was only scraps of gigs from the ones I didn't want to do that you would get, then that would just cause you to hate me.
Yeah, I mean, I hated you. I didn't even work with you. I hated you for taking gigs.
You hate me now, and you still work for
That's right.
And you work with me.
The hate's grown stronger over the years. I'm still here.
Yeah, the hate has gone stronger now that you're shoulder to shoulder with me, my friend.
That's right.
I don't know what this one is, Lummy. It's something about they love me or I love them. I don't know.
XL, yo.
Is this Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah.
We love you.
I love you more.
No, you don't.
XL, yo, this is Bubba.
Hey, Bubba.
What?
What's happening?
How you hanging?
How you hanging?
Like a quarter pounder you want to bite?
Yeah, with cheese?
Just stupid cutbacks, just stupid stuff. But it just made people... Because the other guy, Bartell, Lummy, was at 102 Jams, and he was just playing like, just music. Bartell, 102 Jams, and here's the new one from... whatever, MC Hammer, Too Legit to Quit on 102 Jams.
Should we submit that to the Radio Hall of Fame so they could see kind of your genesis of where you came from to where you are now, and maybe that would paint a more wholesome picture?
No. But we do need to use this, Lummy, and put it up on Bubba Army HQ.
Of course.
And all that kind of stuff.
Yo, XL, this is Bubba.
Hey, man, you gonna cause trouble tonight or what?
Oh, brother, I'm always a flamethrower that's controversial, always family-oriented disc jockey every night. Damn it! Throw a couple damn it's in there. We gotta soup it up, brother.
Okay.
Call me a son of a bitch or something.
All right, you son of a bitch. Cause some trouble, damn it.
Now I gotta hang up on you.
So, but I mean, this right here was like where I remember I was in Philadelphia at WIOQ Q102 when I made this actual sound effect. I had to get an old-fashioned phone, like an old-fashioned secretary's phone.
You should have Tuttle go play that at the mall for kids on the weekend and see if they could tell you what that sound is.
I'd be like, hey, for $5, and you had to be real with the receiver. You had to really that was homemade. I made that.
Oh wow.
So your imaging is second to none, Bubba.
And it's so over the top. Just like
nobody had a hanging up effect like that.
Nope. But here's the deal.
Nobody.
But here's the deal, Seth. In radio, when you hang up on people, they just hear a blip, on the other end because you're running it through a telos board, a telos, and you're running it through your board. So all they hear is ding, on their end. So for effect, you have to put.
Absolutely, it's like having a live studio audience with the clapping. You got to know when to laugh.
Yeah. So anyway, we're working through. We have a Studer reel-to-reel machine that I've had for years, and because I got a real engineer that really, really, really does work and wire stuff up, he has now got the reel-to-reel machine to ingest some of my old reel-to-reels.
And we're also doing the 98 Rock stuff where Hogan used to call pretty much every day.
Had to clean the heads every 20 minutes. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, it takes a little time for that.
You're going through the 98 Rock stuff where Hogan called every day.
Pretty
Brother,
much.
let me just tell you something. Thinking about getting some new rims down at Wheel Tizak. Thought maybe you could throw him a few Pliz hugs and I could give me some free whiz heels.
Well, the calls seemed like they picked up when he left the WWE because he was bored and trying to figure out what you were going to do and if you were coming over when the show was over.
And he was always trying to promote his daughter too.
Well, he was always getting. He would literally. I'm sure on some of your calls, he would literally, like, if I had a meeting or a client deal or something like that, and I'd be like, Hootie, I can't be there by 10:30 today. What do you mean?
He's a little needy, wasn't he?
Oh my God, the most neediest ever. Why do you think he's gone from one? Why do you think that if you're Hulk Hogan, don't you think you'd want to maybe run like 6 months to a year and be single?
But he just goes from one bleach blonde to another.
Oh, he just goes from one girl that looks like Brooke to another.
Oh, that's weird.
And like there's no days, and he'll overlap them too. So like before he divorces Jennifer, he had the Sky chick already
A guy chick?
No,
Sky.
Oh, okay.
His current.
I'm
girl,
sorry.
Sky. No problem.
I didn't know if he just had, wanted to explore some new things while he was in between relationships.
Yeah, he did. He went to church.
Yeah, he's going to church now. Which guy? You know what? I hate to say it, but good for him.
He could have all of Laura Ingraham if he really wanted to.
He could.
Yeah, I'm sure. But like literally, the phone 98 Rock. Hootie. No, first of all, we had a positioning statement.
Yes.
And guess the world's most, recognizable human being on the world's on the phone line. Again.
Hootie up.
Hootie up. I answer the phone. Hootie up, Hootie up, Hootie up, Hootie up, Hootie up. Hello, Hootie. What you doing?
What are you doing?
Nothing. When you coming over today? Well, Hootie, I can't quite make it over today because I got a sales. I got to be at Stingray Chevrolet and do a sale.
Why? Come on.
You gonna get me a Sabiz Urban too? Well, I mean, I'll see, maybe. Okay.
I'm on the free chicken sandwich tour.
Yeah. At one time, remember he called up and was like, I need a job. He said he needed a job, and he really, 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 really wanted to come in and work every day. And I'm like, Hogan, I know you, and you couldn't get here every day by 6 a.m. There's no way.
He was just lonely.
You're just lonely and broke. And you can't get here you don't have the ability to get up at 4:30 in the morning and drive your ass down here. You get so zannied up at night that you'll never make it.
It's the business, though, isn't it, Bubba? Because, in the movie The Wrestler, it's about getting that high, and then when you're alone or you're retired and you don't get that anymore and you're constantly seeking it out, whether it's, being with women or doing drugs or, whatever it is, it seems like, he's always chasing that high.
Well, he was afraid to be, not afraid, but he had an anxiety to be alone. So like on Sundays or something when, the kids were either gone when him and Linda were still married, but they were out of town or something like that, he would just drive me crazy to come over there and be with him because he hated to be alone. He could not stand to be alone. Which I understand living in a 30,000 square foot mansion, I don't know.
What would you do, though? Like, what would he, would you take his mind off things?
Masturbate a lot?
No, we wouldn't masturbate a lot. We would go out on the jet skis.
We'd try different bandanas for him?
Or we would go out on the NWO boat to Shepherd's and get ourselves into a
suck fest?
A little bit of a Coast Guard and suck fest,
Man, those are, yeah. Okay, well, you were definitely a good friend, Bubba.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that he's decided to move on.
Yeah. Did you hear? I'm sure Dan did not hear that Rainey, our resident realtor from Oklahoma, Rainey.
Yes.
She saw Hogan last week at a Oklahoma. It was in Oklahoma, was it not, Lundy?
Yes, it was at one of the liquor stores.
Yeah.
Oh, pushing his beer.
Yeah.
And so he was at an Oklahoma-based liquor store, and she stood in line. She was number 191, and she only had a light jacket. She had to stand outside for the longest time, and it was cold, poor little thing.
Oh, man.
And she said Jimmy Hart pushed her right on through after that.
Jimmy Hart's there, too?
Yeah,
He's on the microphone, yeah.
He had a big jacket.
Hey,
with
everybody
Hogan's.
in Oklahoma, I just want to let you know, man, if you want to see Hulk Hogan and make sure you have your stuff ready to sign it now.
No. You couldn't sign. She said that. They said no.
No signing.
No
the only
signing
way
of
you'll be able to
pictures.
get a picture is if you can six-pack of Hulk Hogan's All About American Beer. If you ain't got a six-pack in your hand, you ain't getting no picture.
That's right.
No signing, nothing, just pictures with a six-pack of Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer. Oh, my God, Jimmy Hart, keep on dancing.
So she waited in line. She was number 191, and she went up to Hogan, and she had this whole big spiel.
He said because she called into the weekly wrap up. She said Hogan kind of flirted with her.
He did.
Yeah, he called her honey.
But then Dan, she kind of lured Hogan in by saying, "I want to pray with you." So you know if you're a born again Christian and you're doing that spiel, and somebody says, "Hey, I want to pray with you."
In Oklahoma.
Right,
you're praying. You're taking a knee.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can't be like a fake born again when you've proclaimed yourself to be a born again Christian. You just can't deny a person's prayer.
Not in the middle of Oklahoma.
Not in the middle of Oklahoma.
While you're trying to sell beer.
While you're trying to sling your beer. And so she walked up and said, I guess she had her six-pack of beer there, so she was entitled to a picture, and she walked up to Hogan. The way I heard the story is she says, "I'd like to pray with you." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, absolutely." So they grabbed hands, and she goes, "Dear Lord, will you please find it in Terry's heart to forgive Bubba?"
Yeah, I guess he squeezed her hand a little harder when she said that.
So that's what she said. And so afterwards, they were done. He said, "I can forgive Hogan. I can forgive Bubba, but I'll never trust him," which means I can't be his friend. That's the data we got back. I can forgive Bubba, but I can't ever trust him and since that, I can't ever be his friend.
Dude, how could he not trust you? You could have submarined him so badly and you didn't. So he's a moron.
Did I ever tell you about his hospital drizz? I never told you about the Nick Hogan caper, did I? Phew.
Never talk about it off air?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to tell you about it in the gym.
I'd like to hear about it.
In the corner.
Yeah. Put the phones in the fridge.
Phones in the fridge. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think he would have been in prison for a lot longer had it not been.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing. I mean, you've bent over backwards for him, and he's really done nothing.
How much money would you have, Hogan, had I not done a job for you?
All right.
Had I not said the right things? Had I not pled the fifth during the Gawker trial, making myself look stupid, making myself absolutely look about as guilty as you possibly can, and taken all the wrath, and have continued to take all the wrath, right? I mean, being basically broke for the rest of my life so that you can be rich for the rest of your life. And had I gone to the Gawker trial and just answered the questions truthfully, the outcome probably would have been a lot different.
Yeah, he wouldn't be spray painting flags on old Bud Light cans.
Is that what you're proclaiming his beer is?
Isn't that what it is? Like the stuff that people wouldn't buy? They just put a new label on it?
It's like Miller Lite.
I thought they relabeled it.
No, I think I don't know if
Come on, dude. That's trash beer.
I don't know. No, I think he got with a reputable brewer.
Yeah, I think it's Schlitz or something like that.
I think he got
Schlitz. Schlitz. Yeah.
I think he got
champagne of beer.
That's Miller High Life.
Miller High Life.
I heard that beer is causing more side effects than the vaccine.
Yeah.
So he should come up with steroid beer is what he should come up with, man. Take it. So anyway, Rainey, he wouldn't. He's still adamant. But you know what, Lummy? I don't want to be his friend. Like, I mean, I don't even really want to be his friend.
Oh, come on, Sponjo.
No, I really don't.
So, Sponjo, let's keep score for a second. Of all the 15 years you guys was it 15 years probably?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was
15 years.
I met him in, 15 plus years.
I mean, he took you on some cool trips. What else did he do for you?
Did he get you that TNA gig?
Got me my TNA gig, but that only lasted a year.
Was that $4,000 a night?
No, it was $12,000 a month.
$12,000 a month.
Yeah, so I made $140 on him.
That's nice.
And he made $140 million off of you.
Yeah, I made $140,000 with your stupid TNA gig that I got fired for because an African American woman hit me in the mouth.
Because you were right about Haiti.
Because I was right about Haiti.
And the people, how they were spending the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was, but when I said F Haiti, let's do these fundraisers for Detroit. That's what I said. I literally use Detroit as my template city. I go, why are we doing fundraisers for Haiti when Detroit's an absolute hot mess? We have homelessness. We have murders every weekend. You know, between Chicago, Detroit, Philly.
You're the visionary, Bubba.
There are so many, L.A., San Francisco. There are so many American cities that are just absolutely in shambles that I wish, Hillary Clinton and Bruce Springsteen would do we should do a big, fundraiser for those cities.
Fundraiser for Detroit?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold on. Listen.
Why don't you just send FEMA there and let them handle business?
Well, because FEMA costs money. And the bottom line is the fundraisers that they did that were supposed to go to Haiti, when we sent it down to Haiti, their corrupt government took it. They built like 4 houses and took like $250 million. You could probably Google the Haiti. I think we all are familiar with all
that money got wasted, Bubba. Tons of it. The majority of it. Same thing with the Ukraine. What happened to all the money we sent to Ukraine? But God forbid you say F Ukraine, because then you're like, you're pro-Russian communist.
You know what I am? I'm F everybody.
I am too. F them all.
F them all. Let's fix Israel and then back and say F everybody else. That's it.
What about Ukraine?
F Ukraine.
What about Syria?
F Syria.
What about Canada?
F Canada.
I agree with you there.
Syria's they're under control of the rebels now, aren't they?
Yeah. They're actually going through a real coup. I mean, Assad had to leave to Russia. Yeah, he skated, man. He's got asylum in Russia. He's made a lot of money over the last 30 years.
They said his plane got shot down. Assad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, they're saying it disappeared off the radar when he got into the plane to leave. I don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, and they said it disappeared off the radar. So
his wife is pretty hot.
He's got a wife and 2 kids. They don't know what happened to them.
Of course he does.
So did the plane blow up?
They're going to say that. That way people stop looking for him. Wouldn't you want that? If you were hiding from a whole country, oh yeah, my plane blowed up. Don't look for me. I'm just gonna have this little mustache, these big glasses.
They still haven't found the backpack guy that killed the.
Oh, that guy's long gone.
Oh, I don't know that they'll ever find him.
No,
I don't think they'll ever find him.
New details in the manhunt
DNA
for the
and fingerprints.
There we go.
New details in the manhunt for the suspect in the shooting death of the head of one of the nation's largest health insurers. ABC's Morgan Norwood is here with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. Yes, police say the suspect behind that brazen ambush of CEO Brian Thompson earlier this week.
That was pretty brutal, man. Guy was just walking in literally one of the safest parts of Manhattan, Midtown, and where they usually have cops literally almost on every corner.
They do have cops in every corner.
Yeah, literally.
Literally everywhere.
And this guy walks up with a silenced pistol, shoots, first shot, gets him in the calf. What a bad shot. And then puts 2 more. Does he put 2 more in him?
Yeah.
And now was the shell casings just a big urban rumor because, or indeed did the shell casings say?
Deny.
Defend, oppose.
Yeah.
I believe that's true.
Likely took a bus out of the city, but he left behind a critical piece of evidence, his backpack. And as investigators comb through it for clues, the FBI is joining what's now a nationwide search and offering a $50,000 reward.
He's gone.
This morning, the frantic search for the killer behind the assassination-style murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson now turning into a nationwide manhunt.
He's a handsome guy.
Murderer? Yeah, I mean,
some
he's
people
a good-looking fella.
Some people think that's a woman.
Oh.
Come on.
I was watching this one thing. I forget.
That's a guy knows.
I was watching this one thing. on one of these particular channels of forensic, I don't know what
What are you watching, like a CSI channel or something?
And it was about this infamous bank robber that called himself Cowboy Bob. But Cowboy Bob, and everybody thought it was a guy because it wore cowboy boots and it had had a fake beard on and glasses and a cowboy hat. And it ended up being a 66-year-old woman. And they ended up getting a shootout with her at her trailer. She died.
The sources, investigators believe the suspect escaped New York City, last seen at 6:59 a.m. on Wednesday, riding a bike out of Central Park after the shooting.
6:59 p.m., correct? Or a.m.?
Police say the
AM.
A.M.
Yeah, it would be pitch black at p.m.
Oh, you're right. So this is like 7 a.m.
He did the shooting in the morning.
Yes.
New York City, last seen at 6:59 a.m. on Wednesday, riding a bike out of Central Park after the shooting. Police say the suspect hopped into a taxi, headed to a bus station, and made his getaway. Friday, NYPD officers combing Central Park, doing a grid search by drone and on foot, eventually leading them to the suspect's backpack. Now, detectives sifting through it for clues.
That image, that picture of him, and this could be blasted all over the country.
You know what they
And the
found?
phone call-
Monopoly money.
They put Monopoly money in there, and they said that he's psychologically screwing with everybody, telling the cops that he has the upper hand.
So the deny, defend may have been also, again, just trying to put people on the wrong trail.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like
he could have really been a professional. He could have made these mistakes purposefully, so it puts everyone on the wrong track.
I don't even know if he made. I don't know if he made mistakes at all.
Yeah.
Like,
They say he made a mistake by showing his face at the hostel.
Okay.
I don't know.
Being in town for 10 days was a mistake.
Has it been 100% confirmed that that's him, though? Like, I know it sounds a little out there, but people are showing pictures of, the surveillance footage from the actual killing. They're showing the footage of him standing there at the counter. And I feel like there's still a decent enough argument about it not
being
the same guy.
I think he's so good that he's got everybody wondering exactly what, Rhett's got a Rhett's got a theory, Dan's got a theory, Seth's got a
But I
theory.
mean, if the guy hops on a bus and they don't know, they don't know who it is. They don't know who it is. Like
They're not real big on bus ID.
Well,
there's a warm body needs to be in 6C.
I mean, it just seems pretty easy to vanish off the radar if this was that well thought out. And he goes, "I'm going to ride my bike and I'm going to get on the bus." I mean, this wasn't just a thing that he just decided on the spot. So I feel like once you get on that bus and you get away to who knows what part of the country, I mean,
at that point,
they're going to send all the people in the world to find you.
Well, at that point, it becomes that much harder. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it becomes that much. Like, as soon as you get on that bus and that bus takes you to a different city other than New York, takes you to, let's say, Charlotte, North Carolina, or wherever the hell the bus. Did they know where the bus went?
Atlanta? Did they say it came from Atlanta or something?
I thought it came from Atlanta.
Did he? He rode the bus there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, as soon as you get into that city outside of New York, then it's just.
How do they know that the guy? Because they know that he was at a hostel for a week. They know that he, talked to multiple people. How do they know what this guy did and where he went, but they don't know who he is?
Yeah. That's true. If they know that he supposedly was in a hostel for 10 days and he talked to people, how can they not know his identity? Was he using a fake ID back then? Was he telling everybody his name was Ron when really he's Billy?
They know who he is. They know his name.
They do?
They have enough data on him. They have a DNA and a fingerprint, of course.
That doesn't mean that they have matching DNA and fingerprints in their database.
They said the fingerprint was smudged.
Yeah.
Calls are going to be coming in. Someone knows this guy from somewhere.
Police say they believe they now have a clearer timeline of the...
I was watching this one thing on the forensic channel I was watching, Seth, it was Saturday night in Ocala, and in my RV, all I can get are like the stations that you can get through the an antenna.
Yeah, Georgia and Texas, Bubba. What the hell?
I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Oh, goodness.
Hey,
So go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I didn't mean to interrupt here and change the topic, but speaking of killers on the run, do you see that 15-year-old who did the shooting over the weekend in Tampa is on the run?
No.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they can't find him.
Let me find me the story. So I was watching this one forensic deal, and this guy killed like 3 women in Yellowstone, National Park, and he wanted to send a demand, like some type of letter to the cops, kind of,
Eric Extra is $20. Bubba Rattler.
Thank you. He wanted to send like a letter to the cops, so he paid a Mexican kid $5 to spit into a coffee, like a Starbucks cup. He then, when he mailed the letter to the cops, he knew that they were going to do forensic DNA testing on the licked envelope, and he used a Q-tip and the Mexican kid's slobber to seal the envelope, and so that completely threw him off.
That's smart.
Isn't that
Yeah,
brilliant?
that's really smart.
The suspect's steps before the murder, telling ABC News they think the suspect arrived in New York City November 24th, 10 days before the shooting, on a Greyhound bus, boarding somewhere between Atlanta and Washington, D.C. Investigators using facial recognition technology on the only clear images of who they believe to be the suspect, captured during a flirtatious exchange with the hostel clerk who asked him to smile to check his ID, which sources say was fake. Authorities also turning to DNA pulled from items left near the murder scene, including a cell phone and a smudged fingerprint from a water bottle they say the suspect bought at a Starbucks minutes before the shooting. This video showing the suspect tossing an item in the garbage.
He was methodical and disciplined. I will give this individual that. But everybody makes mistakes, and you got to find those mistakes.
As the search.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Sounds like they got nothing.
You're exactly right. When they say everybody makes mistakes and we've got to find the mistakes, we ain't got dick.
Intensifies police working to.
And when you don't get the real police commissioner to make these, you got some guy who's former retired, and the cops ain't saying nothing. When the cops have data and an ID for the public to be their hound dogs and find people, then they do press conferences and stuff. Be like, hey, we're looking for Eric McGillicuddy. Eric McGillicuddy's 27 years old. He hails from Charlotte, North Carolina, and he's armed and dangerous. But if they don't have anything, they shut down, and the news has to go to former NYPD cops and stuff like that, right? Because I mean, if they had an ID, America and the public is your best watchdog for you if you have an ID.
Dan, if you ran this insurance company and this had happened, would you hire some private investigators to look into it, or would you just let the cops do their job? Because it seems like
I would focus on protecting the other CEOs and the next CEO. Not the other chief officers, not the chief executive officers, but the other management, and then do the manhunt for the new CEO. And it's going to be a dangerous job. It's going to be a dangerous job. And when you are in charge of a company that makes money off of saying no, you're going to have people pissed off at you. And it's a tough business to be head of. He's not like he's head of McDonald's. He's head of one of the most hated companies in America. The only thing to be worse would be like Pfizer, Moderna, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Those people.
Pfizer, Moderna, they are just developing drugs, which at that point they're not telling you no.
Right. They're not saying your mom can't get chemotherapy because she's dying of cancer and your insurance plan, you picked the wrong plan, dumbass. I was like, whoa.
Hold on. The doctor could very well, Pfizer and Moderna could very well have what makes your mom better. But the CEO of United is the asshole that says, we're not going to pay for it.
Right.
And so the Pfizer Moderna guy is probably not nearly as hated. Mach said that United is the company that denied his mom health.
But was Macho, were you up in New York for a couple of days?
I found out I have United Insurance, by the way, so I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this.
Oh, I have it too. And by the way, they covered all my hospital bills. So you know what? Like, you got to think.
So you're saying you grieve for this man, Lummy?
So yes, listen, all the people that they have maybe denied. How many people have they actually saved?
Oh, I mean, you got to think.
If we did universal health care, we would all be screwed. And I have a person that I love very deeply that works in the insurance place, and the hate that is being showed is absolutely just ridiculous.
Well, healthcare is ridiculous, and aside from universities and the government, hospitals are the only businesses that are really expanding and building, and they do it on the backs of people that can pay.
Do you think insurance is dicked up, Dan?
Oh, it's so disgusting. I hate it. That's why I don't take insurance. It's a scam. People pay into it, they get screwed. People try to use it, they get screwed. The doctors that try to get paid from it get screwed. The only one that doesn't get screwed is the hospitals and the drug manufacturers, because they have powerful lobbies. The individual doctors and the individual citizens of America that get health insurance get effed in the butt every single day.
Who came up with, how did insurance become accepted in society to where it's something that you pay into, you might never need it, but if you do, they could decide to not give you the money. Who approved that?
Lit rubs, $20.
We got to reset society with
Hello?
with insurance.
But the problem is, Seth, though, that if healthcare is just free, then people overuse it and don't take it with the same kind of respect that you would if it was, valuable.
Oh, I understand. I just feel like the insurance is just too much of a gray area these days when you've got people that, are on their deathbed and they can't get coverage for something they've been paying into for 40 years. And I mean, I'm not saying that this is, why you need to go kill any CEOs, but I get the frustration.
Here's what would fix health insurance if we had packages and you didn't have to renew it every single year. If you were with the same company for a 5-year package, your costs would be stabilized. You would actually benefit from 4 years of good health as opposed to 1 year of bad health, where if you go to a new company every year, they have no allegiance to you. They don't care about you. They're just trying to get through that year without paying.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, my name's Austin.
Hey, Austin, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a conspiracy theory about the whole CEO. I think the CEO probably buried $1 million behind Warsaw High School, and then the guy's heading that way to go pick it up.
Appreciate you.
Shawshank deal.
I'd like to have legitimate phone calls only. Well, just stop going to the phones if it's going to be like that.
How's that bad?
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Jason checking in Minnesota.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. I'm just calling to let you know that they got that whole building all fenced off now, like they did the Capitol.
What, sir? I'm
the insurance company, Bubba.
Oh, I'm okay.
Yeah,
United Healthcare up here in Minnesota.
Oh,
I think they're closed.
Is there world headquarters in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh,
he was from Maple Grove, Minnesota, just northwest.
Oh,
of the metro, 15 minutes.
United's not based. He wasn't. They're not based out of New York, and he was walking from one building to another.
No, they're having a meeting.
Traveling.
Yeah.
They all traveled there for a meeting.
Oh,
A stockholders meeting.
So he was like, staying in a hotel and going to a meeting.
Yeah, he was fully expected to roll up when he did.
Oh, okay. So now, go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, he's also estranged from his wife, so maybe that comes into play.
Oh, that's an angle. You know what? Sir, thank you for the insight.
Because into the wife.
That's nobody's reporting that.
The wife saying that he had been getting death threats over the past couple weeks.
Of course she is. Because she,
what now? She
might
did
have been her boyfriend that did it.
Her boyfriend.
Hey, man.
Her Adam. What was the guy that?
Bubba Army, Minnesota. Thank you for the intel.
Take care, buddy.
Bye now.
What are you thinking, Nancy Kerrigan?
The Cole Simpson. What was the Cole Simpson? The guy that was with her?
Ron Goldman?
Ron Goldman.
Hey, Ron
Goldman.
Goldman,
Ron Goldman.
Police believe the gunman is a disgruntled ex-employee of United Healthcare or an angry client.
Today, value-based care is the centerpiece of our growth strategy.
Now, other corporations and insurance companies.
The centerpiece of your growth strategy is to keep charging people and denying their claims.
Mm-hmm.
That's the centerpiece of it.
On high alert, reassessing security for their senior executives. And investigators are looking into the possibility that the gunman used what's known as a veterinary gun, typically used on farms and ranches. But now that the suspect may have skipped town, they're really leaning on the public for help. Those photos.
See, again, they're leaning on the public. And if they had the information that you need to get the public really, really riled up, like name, and stuff like that, they would be out there telling us. Right now, they're just trying to distribute as many pictures, as many clean or decent looking pictures that they got, because they have nothing. If they had a name, an address, a hometown, anything.
I mean, Bubba, it's the holiday season. I mean, we're not going around looking for this guy. We got things to get,
We're trying to get Sammy that brand new toy she wants.
That's also why they had the meeting there. Think about it, Bubba. They're having their meeting right there during Christmas shopping season. So they were having the meeting in New York to give it as a gift to all the CEOs so they could go to New York and shop for Christmas and do that whole Christmas experience with their families.
Exactly. The wife can go see the Rockefeller tree and the lighting and all that kind of stuff.
So there's some gun questions on the chat.
Yet, and they are hoping someone out there can recognize him with.
And Morgan, other companies are now taking notice and taking action when it comes to security now.
Yeah, this has really shaken up corporate America. We have several companies, insurance companies alike, scrubbing bios of their top executives from their website. Just this morning, we're learning that Centene, it's another major insurer, announced that it's not going to do its in-person investors meeting here in New York City. Instead, they're going to move it virtually. All of this to protect their employees and executives. So again, we've got heightened alert, not just in corporate America, but among these insurance companies.
A couple things. One, the industry may be overreacting, and two, this could and if they're not overreacting, the reason why they're not is because insurance companies just by nature deny a lot of claims, and maybe this sets a template for all disgruntled, potential insurance people where, hey, I'm just going to go out and kill the CEO.
Well, they've made movies about it.
Kind of a copycat deal.
They've made movies about this when people have their families not getting denied treatment for cancer, and then the guy goes crazy and takes the hospital.
Goes and robs a bank.
Goes for the CEO of the company, the insurance company. I mean, it's happened in multiple movies. I'm surprised it hasn't happened in real life.
People are actually saying
often.
that Breaking Bad was the whole basis of Breaking Bad was about the healthcare system.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And to pay for his treatments.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, good morning, Bubba. This is Mark from Ohio.
Hi, Mark.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, I don't know how credible it is, but there has been a few conspiracy theories that I have seen on social media, a few people that are claiming that this particular gunman was apparently targeting this guy because he was about to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee about Nancy Pelosi's insider trading. Now, I don't know if there's any credibility to that or not, but that has actually been talked about. I've been seeing more and more videos on social media about it.
But hold on.
$20.
Let me just ask you a question. How does Nancy Pelosi's insider trading have anything to do with the guy that's mad at the CEO of United Healthcare?
Well, he was going to testify.
A ruse. That's the whole thing. It's a ruse. It's a distract. Has nothing to do. It's not insured. It's because they're scared of his testimony. And so if you're trying to put people on the wrong trail and you want to kill someone, you would throw some stuff there that would put them on the wrong trail.
Yeah,
and so if you're an assassin, you want to make them look like you're disgruntled insured.
Yeah, it's just like all those Clinton testimonies who mysteriously disappeared.
Well, yeah, and I mean, let's face it, with the ties that she has with the Clinton family, it would certainly not be out of line to add another body to their dossier that they've already buried for other things that have happened in the past. Again, I don't know how much credibility there was to it. However, I have seen quite a bit of it on social media over the weekend about it. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in.
Appreciate the heads up, my friend. Thank you.
There's a lot of searching that they're saying with the facing investigation that it looks like they're thinking that they were scared of what he was going to testify against the people up in.
Well, then they would know his identity then.
But did this guy seem like a man of the people with what he wrote on the bullet casings or bullets or whatever?
They're talking about the CEO.
Oh, the
CEO was going to testify.
Yeah.
Oh, the CEO was going to testify about Nancy Pelosi's insider trading.
Or other government people that maybe insider trading.
Don't F with the government.
Because the DOJ was going to,
I watched Trump's Meet the Press interview with that one girl who wears just way too much makeup. I think she'd be a very attractive African American woman, but she just absolutely clowns up her face with makeup. Here's the thing: I don't think Trump did that well. I watched the interview, all of it. At least they broke it up into pieces when they replayed it last night on NBC and on News Now NBC. I don't think he did that well.
Well, there's conspiracies that when they edit it the way to make him look
tired and
really, yeah, because he's been riding such a high. That
but here's the deal, man. When they talk about,
he's starting to sound like RFK.
Well, when they talk about what he's gonna do, and then he reverts back to what Joe has done. And just constantly reverting back to Joe. I think you need to move. I think we need to move forward and talk about what you're going to do and your aspirations and your insight and how you're going to handle this, and not always revert back to. And do you know, to this day, she asked him, you're obviously the new president. You take the oath on January 20th or whenever it was. Do you still not concede the 2020 election? And he still says no. He's like, no, I'm not going to concede.
And he said, and she goes, well, you did lose. And he goes, that's your opinion.
Yeah. I'm just like, why wouldn't you say, hey, listen, 2020 doesn't make a difference now.
It made me stronger.
It made me stronger. It showed me where I needed to work on myself and what it just.
He can't say that, Bubba, because he's still being sued about it.
Well, I mean, he's going to pardon himself day one.
Civilly, he's being sued. And so he can't go back. He's got to stay on his train of arguing that I really felt I was cheated, and I was trying to investigate to make sure that the election was valid. That argument is what's going to save him. It saved him up to this point, and it's going to continue to save him through his civil cases, which do not go away.
The only thing
as
I
president.
the one thing I did like, I do love his tough stance on immigration. But I did love this. She tried to catch him in a trick bag where she said, you've sent abortion back to the States. You've claimed that you did that. And but are you going to change most of abortions? They were talking about the majority of abortions are now non-medical, meaning like the RU4, the pill. The RU4, is it RU486?
Yeah, they do that in Florida.
Okay,
so
so
if you go to an abortion clinic here in Florida and you're like under 6 weeks, they're just giving you a handful of pills and saying, go home and take them. So they're not sticking anything in you.
So she was saying to the woman, I forget what her name, who asked him, said that, a percentage of abortions are done non-medical, meaning pill. Are you going to put a ban on those? And he said, I'm going to stay consistent in what no, I'm not. I like that. I like the fact that he's not going to, because he could, because, the Republicans are going crazy on this abortion deal. He could make an executive order where RU486 in states that are really, really, really strict on abortion, is no longer an option. But he said he was not. He said, I'm not changing I'm not. He said, it's not that
abortion thing's about to die down, isn't it? Because that was a huge issue with liberals going into the election, and now it's, continue to be par for the course with the way it has been.
And here's the deal. The state can change it. I'm just talking about abortion. I'm just mad that Florida screwed the pooch on it and we lost by 2 points or 3.
Well, DeSantis hates abortion and hates weed.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm way late. I'll be back. Lindsay Lohan, I guess, did some really type of plastic surgery.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a plastic surgery that a lot of people in LA are doing.
Is it a plastic surgery 911?
I don't know. I have a plastic surgeon here. I thought maybe we could kind of peel that onion back a little bit.
Definitely.
Perfect. Do that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Today. The guy that went knocked over the referee during the Taekwondo match.
I got that. I got all that.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's good shit, man. All right, and your IM, you got the Aaron Rodgers documentary and Marissa Tomei. What's up, Longer? Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay.
Lummy?
He's out. You need something?
No, it sounds like your fucking wheels fucked up.
If it came off, but I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in. I'm being careful.
Smells like Iggy. Jennings, I'm not performing abortions. I think it should be a mechanism up to a point. I do think it's killing, but where do you stop? Where do you draw the line? Tampa. It's true. Rest of football's made of silicone. That would be kind of cool. Be the right way to be able to have it.
retarded.
Let me tell them to thank you for playing my. And I always want that B-roll.
Okay.
But tell them thank you for they're doing it.
Yeah.
Tell them thank you.
I'll let Brett know. Yeah, we talked about it on Friday.
And I think they've made one too, did they not?
Yes, they did.
So Seth, you sent me the Tomei deal, right?
Yeah,
I got it. Did you IM me anything else, buddy?
Just the Aaron Rodgers thing for if we get into that later. This movie trailer.
I think I did. I think I pulled that up already.
Yeah, you were watching it earlier.
Okay. We got to go into the plastic surgery, then we got to get into Jay-Z.
Baseball.
He had a pretty good statement, though. I will say that.
I mean, we're almost at 1,000 on YouTube. That's pretty good for this early, isn't it?
Oh, fuck yeah.
YouTube's been growing.
Yeah, YouTube definitely has.
And I think people like the B-roll.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Dr. Dan in today. His brother Jay coming in?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, perfect. Seth Kushner, Rhett, Mach, Lummy, can we fix Seth's chair? Should I buy a new one?
No, don't buy a new one.
Well, I mean, if the wheel is broken, and I heard that you were having problems with it, I don't want to see you. As a responsible employee here, I'm probably supposed to provide you with a safe chair to sit in, and if you would take another high spot, take another Rey Mysterio type high spot hit that you did last week, I could inevitably, having the knowledge that your chair is broken, be negligent.
You're on notice.
That's what I'm saying. Am I not right in my thinking,
Yep,
Dan?
you sure are.
I'm negligent.
I've already contacted my slip and fall attorney, Brian Babyface Petroni.
Oh, okay.
And we'll be talking to you
All right,
next
well, I
time.
have my
he's in here.
Diagos that'll be defending me, so it'll be an okay. It'll be.
Well, we got a cut and dry video of me falling over, Bubba. So.
Yeah, but it's your fault. You're partially to blame.
I heard that I could settle with a Beckett Super Blaster, and we would call it a day.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think $30 blaster. We're good to go. We're forget about everything.
I've already mediated it through through Phoebe, and she said a $30 Mega Super Blaster, and he could fall every day.
Yeah,
He didn't care.
I'll scrub it from the internet for you, Bubba, so it can never come back to haunt you.
Thank you, my friend. So, Lummy, can we look at his chair?
The engineering service department said to buy a new one.
Buy a new one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's with the engineering service department.
But you've got chairs everywhere. Is it like a really nice one?
Well, I mean, he needs.
More of an executive chair?
I kind of like all of the on-air chairs to kind of match. And I think at this point they do. Okay. They're all a high-backed leather type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So the wheel is broken, Lummy, and so. Okay, well, you know what, Lummy? I'll get with you.
Okay.
After hours.
And I'll try to.
I'll just take the cash equivalent to a new chair, Bubba. I mean, I'll just take a chair from up there, man. You don't even need to.
No,
just duct tape the back of the chair to one of the other chairs. Make it look the same.
We'll look at it. Dan, now I know that you're all about, good work. If you would see some David Halpern work, and you'd be like, yeah, that's good work. Or you'd see some hack McGillicuddy, and you'd be like, no, that's not too. I would never duck out a woman that bad. They've done this and this, too much aggression. I know that you are on both sides of the fence. You being a world-renowned and recognized as one of the best plastic surgeons in the area doesn't just make you hate everybody else's work. You recognize good work.
Oh, absolutely.
But you also pinpoint out hack jobs too.
Right,
as well.
just like you do on the radio.
Exactly. You know, I remember early on when the Brazilian butt lift was a big thing, and you're like, your position was early on, I don't do them. I don't do them because they're not a recognized procedure by the board, and I just don't.
Dude, fake asses have ruined the world, man.
But Dan, I think as they refined the procedure and got better implants, and the big companies were getting behind the implants, I think it's something that I don't know if you do a lot of, but I think it's something that you can do, and you now have gone from you wouldn't touch them 10 years ago. Now I think
They've
you'll
gotten
do
safer. Yeah, well, the people 10 years ago were putting fat in the muscle and killing people, so it was scary.
People 10 years ago were going to a Miami Motel 6 and some Brazilian bitch who didn't have a medical license,
some doctor would show up to your house and bend you over the ironing board and give it to you.
No, but I'm dealing with the patient now. I saw one now that just a few years ago went to Miami and had some kind of weird polymers injected into her butt. I don't even know what to do with it. It's a disaster.
So she's come to you. She went to Miami, had some weird polymers injected into her butt, probably from a non-board certified plastic
Not
surgeon.
doctor. It wasn't even a doctor. It was some
And
person.
Has she come to you? And Dan, is there ever something that stumps you, like where you say, I don't know what I can do?
Yeah, I said, I don't know what I can do for you. I said, trying to take this out will be so destructive and so deforming, it's just probably better just to leave it alone.
So anyway, Marissa Tomei, God, what are some of the movies she was?
My Cousin Vinny's
My Cousin
the best
Vinny.
one she did. She got an Academy Award for that.
Yeah.
The Wrestler?
The Wrestler. Dan, she turned 60.
God,
and look at, this is her at 60.
Oh, yeah. 30-30.
I mean,
That's what happens when you
look at
split
this.
60 in half.
Now, dirty 30, that's what happens when you split
No, it's
60.
30-30.
I'm sorry. Now, Dan, I mean, I'm sure she's had some work done. If you stop right there, I'm sure she's had some work done, but
Not a lot.
But she has had, whoever has done her work, just perfect. Just perfect.
It's all about just a little bit for 20 years.
Do you know who she looks like a lot like? Gail Guayardo.
Yep, I just saw that in that last picture.
Yeah, she looks a lot like Gail Guayardo. And I don't want to disclose Gail Guayardo's age, but Gail, I'll just tell you this.
She's been on TV for 40 years.
Gail Guayardo on Channel 8, who still does a show, I think a daily show on Channel 8. She easily looks 20 years younger than what she is. I'm not mentioning any numbers, but she easily.
Yeah, she's aging nicely.
And Dan, is it illegal for me to say that she is a patient of yours, or I can't say that?
I don't know. We'll just not say it today.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know anything about anything, but it doesn't seem like Marissa Tomei's hat. It seems like a lot of it is just natural genes. Yeah,
Well, hold on.
Yeah, I think she's had something probably done to her neck.
Probably 60 to 70% is just really good genes.
Yeah.
And she's had a little bit of work.
Yeah, and she stayed thin. She never got heavy.
Right.
She stayed in shape. That makes a huge difference. If you don't have to, if you don't gain 60 pounds in your 30s and you take care of yourself throughout your life, you look better. Women today look way better than they did 30 years ago at the same age because they have a mechanism. They know about Retin-A. They know about skincare. They know to keep the face out of the sun. They know, they know the things that you need to do to stay looking young. And then those little things, a little filler, a little Botox, a little Morpheus, it adds up over the years.
If I got a hold of Gail Guayardo personally, because I have her number, and I said, hey, Gail, we were just talking about how fantastic you look. Dr. Dan is on my show Mondays and Tuesdays. May I say that Dan is your doctor, or is that too kabuki and too forward?
It's a little kabuki.
Okay, I won't then. But for 60,
she looks awesome.
Wow.
God bless her.
Now, supposedly there's this new Lindsay Lohan. Is one of just many stars who have sparked controversy when it comes to the new wave of what they're calling undetectable plastic surgery among celebrities. The 38-year-old actress who stars in 38. Do you need to be?
She should look good without having had done anything.
Right.
And yet she's had a bunch of stuff done because she's got that red hair, red freckly skin that doesn't age well.
Sorry, Rat. So anyway,
And she was living hard back
And
then.
she drinks. She's a huge drinker.
Does alcohol have?
Oh, it ages you hard.
Yeah.
Hey,
What if you don't drink and you don't smoke what if you don't drink and you don't smoke?
And you stay out of the sun, you're gonna look younger.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The 38-year-old actress who stars in the Netflix new holiday movie Our Little Secret recently turned heads and appearing in her new film had social media users questioning what she has done to look so youthful and fresh. Well, here's the deal. She's 38. She should look good, but she didn't look good for a while because when she was in her 20s, there were pictures of her smoking Marlboro Lights like they were going out of style.
She was a big smoker and a big coke addict.
Yeah, and she would like get plastered and like hook up with guys in a bar in front of other people, and that happened with a friend of mine.
What?
Oh,
yeah. No names mentioned.
No, I'll tell you my friend that the artist from New York. You met him.
Yeah.
Banksy?
Anyway, he was at parties and bars where she would literally like just go down on someone in front of everybody. She was just a complete.
Man, where has she been?
Yeah, I know.
I need to know absolutely everything that occurred between 2018 and 24 to have this crazy of a transformation in estheticians that went viral on TikTok in November. I'm in the industry and I'm at a loss for words. Dr. Christy Hamilton, MDF. Dan, what's that? What's MDFACS?
MD, medical doctor. FACS is Fellow of the American College of Surgeons.
Would you be that?
I am in that.
Okay.
I am an FACS.
Dan, if you were to put all the initials of what you are, would be DR at the first, right? Doctor.
Well, you wouldn't put Dr. MD. It's redundant.
Okay. So what would you prefer, doctor or MD?
You would say Daniel Diaco, MD, JD, FACS.
I feel bad just for calling him Dan now.
I do too.
Any more commas?
Damn it.
Any more commas, Dan?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Told Fox News that this undetectable look represents something much bigger than just a trend.
Which is the new her, the one on the right?
No, the one. So this is her in January of 24. Fast forward 11 months, and this is her. Now, Dan.
She looks way better.
Here she actually looks like she had plastic surgery. Here it looks like
they de-jokered her face.
It looks like they de-plastic surgery'd her, right, Seth?
It just looks like they took that she's got the Joker smile, like where she can't move. It looks like
kind of maybe the cheek implants.
Yeah, but it looks like that. She looks very natural in the December picture.
So Dan, so here we are, not in the business picking it apart. You now look at how do you go from the left picture to the right picture? What do you think happened?
I think she had a little extra added to her lips and a little extra added to her nasolabial folds and a little the volume in her cheeks cooled off, like you said. Sometimes when you do things like this, it's so jacked up for a couple months, and then it all kind of looks normal.
So you're saying thin lip, too thin lip here.
She has more lip on the right.
More lip on the right.
And also where the nose, that little diagonal crease goes down the corner of the nose.
Right here?
Yeah, she had a little volume there.
So here she's sucked in like Michael Jackson.
Right.
Here they puff it out like, like Apollo Creed.
It's added.
Right. And then here, they look like they had a little too much there, right?
Which has made her fold look too much.
So then
it went down.
Do they actually take out?
They can let time take it out, or you can put hyaluronic acid in it, which takes it out.
All right. Now, does her chin looks like it's a little bit more.
It could just be makeup lighting.
Okay. All right. And then if you look at it, it doesn't look like. Do they do anything eye or brow?
Doesn't it look like the distance between her eyebrows and her Pike's Peak, her widow's peak, I meant? Looks like it got shorter on the right.
Yes.
Like they did something to her forehead.
So how do they do that? A forehead lift?
But the forehead lift would require, to shorten your forehead, it would require an anterior hairline forehead lift.
Right here?
Yeah, which is a dangerous thing for someone to do, but now she's kind of kicking her hair forward, so maybe she had a brow lift like that.
But would they have done it over here?
Yep, they would have done it all the way across the top, McDonald's arch.
Oh, hold on, all the way around the farm?
Yeah.
Like that. Then what do they do?
That's the difference between these two pictures. As I'm looking and looking and
You're
looking.
right.
She has a shorter distance from her five
From
head
here
to her eyebrows.
Hold on. So from here
So from five head to a forehead
to here
is shorter.
has been shortened.
Yes.
Again, from here to here. So Dan says the way you do that is you take it and you cut it all the way across the farm like this. And then do you actually take out a little bit of skin? Or
Yeah,
do
you
just,
take an inch of skin.
Then you pull it tight.
Uh-huh.
And then you
suture back up.
And then
you
wear,
kick your hair forward.
And you kick your hair forward.
That's what happened.
That's
the invisible forehead lift.
There it is.
Wow.
And
at 38 needing a brow lift, God, she's gonna look really good at 60.
She really is she not?
Now, she had a couple more knives.
How evasive is that forehead lift?
Oh, that's a real operation. Takes a couple hours.
Is that a facelift?
No, it's a forehead lift. It's part of it. When you do like the full facelift, it's like the forehead, the eyes, the neck, the cheeks, the whole 9 yards. It's part of that, but it's not purely a facelift. It's called a brow lift. I like to do them endoscopically, so you don't have that big incision, and you do them through 3 little small incisions, which helps a lot when you have a really heavy eyebrows. But it doesn't shorten
Look at this,
the distance.
Not an ounce of crow's feet.
No, because it got pulled up.
All right.
It got pulled up. See the tail of her eyebrows higher. Look at the very lateral outside edge of her eyebrow is a little higher now because, again, she had a forehead lift.
But really good work, right?
Mm-hmm. It's good work, absolutely.
All right, now, Dan, let me, who's a Lindsay Lohan?
Yeah.
Okay, there's more Lindsay Lohan. Here is...
That's her when she was really young.
This is her when she's really young. She looks, kind of...
Look how much higher her forehead is even there.
Yeah.
She absolutely had a forehead
Now,
lift.
hold on. Gwen Stefani is 55. Here are some other Here's some other celebrities that are getting what they call this. What do they call it, Lummy? The
forehead lift?
No, they're calling
Botox?
No. The undetectable.
Oh.
They're calling it the undetectable plastic surgery. So, Dan, you might want to start selling that as a service. The new undetectable. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's because listen, Dan. A lot of women that go to your places, they get caught up in all this social media, and they know what the undetectable is now. You know what I'm saying?
Right, it's a new word.
So,
yes.
you need to maybe start advertising that you, Dr. Diaco,
Mr. Undetectable,
can now offers the undetectable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Gwen Stefani is 55.
She looks awesome.
And look at that.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't
I'm
know
sure.
how much of that's filter.
Now, she wears a lot of makeup.
Absolutely.
She wears a lot of makeup.
But she's pretty,
But
and she'll always be pretty.
She looks 30.
You think she looks like Pam Mann under that?
Oh.
Pamela Anderson.
Without the makeup on.
Did you see Pamela Anderson refuses to wear makeup?
I don't think we
nowadays?
played it, but man, it was.
Let me send that to
She
me.
looks better with makeup.
I clicked out of it because we just got so inundated with stuff last week. But I like to. It makes sense now. Here's Christina Applegate.
Aguilera.
I'm sorry, Christina Aguilera.
Who used to be such a pretty girl with such a beautiful voice, and she looks like death.
That's a bad picture, Dan. I think I've seen a few, and she actually. I couldn't. I thought
Halle Berry's aging well.
Yeah, now supposedly Halle Berry.
She just did another movie recently, and she looked good in it.
She says that she does not like plastic surgery, but I got to tell you, she's had some, hasn't she, Dan?
She probably has. She's, I
Those
just
puffy
can't
cheeks.
get past that movie with John Travolta with her crooked breasts. Is it Swordfish?
Yeah, Swordfish. I sent you the Pam Anderson.
You did?
Yes, sir.
By the way, I'm going to first, I'm a little embarrassed about it, but I've been doing treatments with Dan, plastic surgery wise, and here's my new look right here.
Right.
I saw this. I'm like, I'm going to make fun of myself.
He's got kind of a chiseled chest there.
Yeah, he does. Thank you very
man,
much. Lummy, you sent me the Pam Anderson stuff?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at this, Dan. Pam Anderson.
No.
Yeah, she refuses to wear makeup now. If she has a role where she has to star or do something that requires makeup, she wears it. But other than that, she will not wear makeup.
It's
hold on.
teeth.
And when you have that one old yeller out there, wouldn't you just go get some? You can
Something.
literally get teeth whitener over the counter now.
Yeah.
That works.
And her eyebrows have
Now, Dan,
they've hidden like the
let's look at
assassin.
Let's look at Pamela Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
And what would you, if she came in and said, Dr. Diaco, I'd like the undetectable? What? Probably she's a candidate for a forehead lift. That's probably where you would start, wouldn't you? Or no?
Oh, she needs a lot. So if I was thinking of Pam Anderson and I didn't want to bust out my veterinary gun, I would talk her into a brow lift.
All right. So what does that do?
The forehead lift because your eyebrows. Okay, so look at that. Look at that sagging skin on her upper eyelid.
Right here,
between her eyebrow and her eyeball.
Right here.
Right. Yeah. That's not eyelid skin. That's eyebrow skin. That's from a fallen eyebrow. So once you lift that up, it fixes the eyebrow ptosis, but you still got to fix the upper lid ptosis. So she needs a brow lift plus her upper lids.
So she needs a brow lift and an upper lid ptosis.
She needs a brow lift for her brow ptosis and an upper lid blepharoplasty for the skin in her upper eyelid.
Mm-hmm.
Her lower eyelid, you may get away with, since she's only like 55, maybe 59 now, is just doing a peel on her entire face because she has horrific skin. Look at all that spotty, nasty skin.
Mm-hmm.
And then peeling that will smooth it out and make it all the same color. She doesn't really need a lower facelift.
No, she looked like...
This part looks good. She just needs her teeth cleaned.
She needs to get, Jimmy
She's
clean
got
his,
brown
his
and
teeth.
gray and blue and white, and it's like... God, it's like
is she a smoker?
It looks like it.
I mean, like, how do you get just that one old yeller over there? How's just
coffee?
Maybe, I don't know.
But was she drinking blue coffee too?
I don't know.
That blue's from the wine.
So you'd say, Pam, up, above.
Yeah, stop the cigarettes and the wine.
From the bridge of your nose on up is what I got to deal with, but from on down, you're pretty good.
Yeah, I wear a little makeup like everyone else. Come on, girl.
It looks like
you're one of the hottest girls in the world.
So it looks like she used to smoke and now she just vapes.
Yeah,
but
those
she
are
used to smoke
smoking
cigarettes.
teeth. Those are smoking teeth.
Is it because no makeup because of animals? Because I know she's really involved in PETA. Does it have anything to do with that?
I'm sure they. I'm sure they actually have. But I'm sure though, in the world of makeup, and I'm sure that there is makeup that advertises it doesn't.
Yes,
it's
no animals.
Right.
Yes, there's tons of it. There's
Right.
tons of like organic makeup. And animal not tested on animals.
Right.
They have tons of that stuff.
Tons, and they also have facial products. Like the skim cream, like the creams and stuff that you sell, Dan. They have those things too that advertise and have no animal testing.
Yes,
you can find anything in the world now that doesn't test on animals.
Right.
Anything. I mean. Anything.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an industry that uses animals to test, and you don't want to use that product because it uses animals to test, you can find something equivalent that doesn't test on animals.
Has Merch Crick? Does she do any cooking?
No.
By the way, it looks
she
like
does warm ups.
But like Romina's gotten into this whole like organic thing.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like tries to have everything organic.
No, you look at me. Look at me. Did I look organic?
But I have organic, but it sucks. Some of it. I mean, she did like organic roast beef, and it was like the worst thing I've ever eaten.
No, give me the full blown boar's
fat.
head.
Preservatives.
Yeah,
I want high fructose corn syrup. I want all that crap in there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it don't taste good.
It looks like it has nothing to do with the animals. It's just she said after her makeup artist died of cancer, she wanted to set an example for everybody to just be free.
Yeah. She looks like hell. She should get back to the makeup.
Natural.
Come on, kid. You were the prettiest girl in the world. You're the hottest chick on earth for a couple years. Literally the hottest chick on earth. And you want to walk around and look like a scary old lady from a horror movie?
It's very freeing to be comfortable in your own skin.
Hold on.
Wear her eyebrows.
Meanwhile, you can show, like the Tomei girl who's the same age, maybe a little bit older than Pamela, and show both ends of the spectrum. Somebody who cares for themselves.
Or Gwen Stefani.
And tries. Or somebody who looks like they just want to wake up and do a wash and wear. I don't even know that she brushes her teeth.
No, she looks like she hadn't in 2 years. But also you got to remember, she had hepatitis C.
BVA, $20. She's 57.
With Kid Rock.
Yeah, I don't know how she got it.
What does that mean?
That means that she had a chronic hepatitis situation where she had hepatitis C and still probably has it.
How do you get hep C?
From blood transfusions or sexual activity, usually.
She said she contracted it from her ex-husband, Tommy Lee, after sharing a tattoo needle with him.
Okay.
That'll do it.
But Dan, sexually, is that mostly ALOP? Or can you just get hep C through vaginal?
I think you can get it both ways.
Okay. But is it more prevalent through
I'm not sure about that. Probably.
Door?
It would seem because there's more of an opportunity for blood to be exchanged.
Right. What I'm saying is like hep C contracted sexually is because there's been blood exchanged.
Usually.
Some blood capillarities or whatever the hell.
Yeah, something happened a little rougher than was normal.
Let me, when I return, we got the Aaron Rodgers trailer. It's going to be on Netflix. He's a complete weirdo, and I hope that he does not win another game the rest of the season.
He looked like he was going to win, and they lost in usual Jet fashion.
Here's the thing. This is the one thing that I absolutely despise the NFL for. Everybody was watching the Miami Jets game. Rodgers actually was a great game. It was just an absolute great game.
Yes.
Both quarterbacks played their ass off. Neither defenses showed up. It was just a track meet, is what it was. But I do have and Rhett, you can chime in on this. The one thing that the NFL is broken on, besides the kickoff deal, is there anybody? And Rhett, you chime in as well. Is there anybody that likes the new kickoff rule?
No.
Horrible.
No.
And you shouldn't have to tell the team. Like back in the day, man, a team would do an onside. They're just to keep you honest. But anyway, one, the kickoff rule's broken. But two, man, you know what? To watch Aaron Rodgers, not that I like Aaron Rodgers, but, basically there shouldn't be any luck involved in winning a ball game in overtime.
I agree.
And so basically, I don't know what's the statistics of the team that wins the opening flip drives down and scores a touchdown, and the other team never gets an opportunity to touch the ball. I think that is so broken. I think they need to go to college rules. I know the NFL Players Association knows that means the players will be on the field longer, but it also means that, the Jets never had an opportunity to get,
happened to the Bucs twice this year. It's stupid. It's horrible. It's not fair.
Seth,
it destroys competition.
What's your opinion on the overtime, the way it exists now, where if the opening team goes and scores a touchdown, the game's over?
I've always been okay with it because I feel like, there's obviously multiple parts to your team and defense still is one of them. But I do think that there should be a way where each team can get the ball. But you do need to avoid a scenario where you can get into 8 overtimes like Georgia and Georgia Tech did.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that game's not going on for hours.
Well, I think, you're right. That and listen, I can't even think of the last time. Most college overtime games are settled in 2 or 3 overtimes.
Yeah, about that.
Usually 2 or 3 because they start making them go for 2 instead of 1.
Yep.
Rhett, what's your opinion? You're a huge sports guy. What's your opinion on NFL overtimes? The current rule.
I mean, the format they have in the postseason, I don't see why they can't do that all year long, where both teams get an opportunity.
What's the difference in the postseason?
Well, there's different postseason rules for overtime, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
They play until the game is over, and both teams get a chance to touch the ball.
Perfect. So they've established, an overtime situation that's different for playoffs than regular season. So they've established that. They've implemented that. They've probably had games that they've, done that with.
But regular season can end in a tie after 10 minutes. So
that's
ridiculous. They could keep going forever in the playoffs. A lot of it, Bubba, is that these guys have played 4 quarters of football, and then you're going to send them out there for a 5th quarter or a 6th quarter or a 7th. I mean, depending on how long the game is tied for. I mean, if you play a full hour and the game is tied, who says that you're not going to play another full hour and the game's going to be tied?
Well, because you're shortening the field.
Yeah,
you're shortening the field so much that something's going to happen. You're not getting a ball in a kickoff, getting into 20 and having 80-yard drives in overtime. You're having.
Do you want your defense playing a game and a half in one game and then having to turn around the next week?
But I want my offense the ability to go back, and I want my offense the ability to match what their offense done, and there's zero luck involved.
I would rather, I'm with you, Bubba. I would rather my team played an extra quarter of football
and have a chance to win,
than get gypped out by having my quarterback sit on the bench and watch overtime come and go.
Yeah.
No, that's why their postseason overtime rule is perfect.
It's
perfect.
perfect.
Teams get both.
I love it.
They both get the ball.
So the NFL has a system implemented for overtime.
Yes.
You just make that regular season. No big deal. And take away the stupid kickoff policy.
Yeah,
they'll talk about it when they bump it up to 18 games here in the next 2 years.
Is it going to?
In the next 5 years, I guarantee they'll be playing 18 games.
Two preseason games instead of 3, right?
Yeah.
They'll probably eliminate a preseason game, 2 preseason games instead of 3, and then go an 18. I'm all for it. I really am. I know that the players' union won't be though, because
How about this turn of events? What if they did like hockey, and someone says it, do like hockey, but Make it like 7-on-7.
No.
Why not?
No.
That just changes the game too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I say just throw a ball through a tire, man. Like, I mean, like, I've been all about that.
Seth said he makes it a skills test. How about this? How about overtime is you make it a straight field goal deal where you just keep moving the ball back and you got both of the field. I mean, like a shoot. You know, the hockey has a shootout, right?
Well, then
Seth?
you're talking about you want your quarterback to get the ball. Well, then you're saying your quarterback's never touching the ball.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
hold
up to
on.
your field goal kicker.
Nobody's getting hurt though. Nobody's getting hurt. You literally just put the guy out there on a tee, not even a long snap or a high, and they just start nailing them.
I don't know. Kicks used to be just gimmies back in the day. People are missing them left and right. It could be pretty fun to see.
I like that.
Justin Tucker's leg might fall off if he tries a 68-yarder.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
$100, that's fine.
Cancer free, said hello. Indiana. Cancer free. Silicone filled.
There ain't no doubt I love this land.
God bless you.
Sorry, Trickney. Sorry about your dad. So that's us all gaming.
How much you still last yesterday?
To the game?
Yeah.
I left in the beginning of the fourth quarter because Danny had football practice. I had homework to deal with, and I was stopped out.
Florida, the Gators are coming to the Gasparilla Bowl.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Gators versus Tulane.
Say again?
Where's Dion going?
Where's Colorado going?
I don't know. I gotta look it up. I haven't seen a full list of the bowl games.
It's all out now. It's all out now.
Hey, Dan. I gotta tell you a different time.
Okay.
When you hear it, you'll flip. You'll just be beside yourself.
Can you tell me half of it real fast?
You don't have to pee, do you?
Yeah.
Well, no, you can't. I can't. 'Cause you gotta pee. I gotta pee too. So.
Crossword.
We're not crossword.
If anybody wants to buy the broken wheel off my chair, I'll get the whole BR and autograph it. It could be a Christmas ornament.
Will you throw it in with the chair, the tree?
Throw it in with the tree? That tree?
No, the old one.
Yeah.
We haven't any takers yet.
Yeah. Old tree in my desk wheel or my chair wheel.
For the ornament to go over.
$500.
500? That's a deal.
500.
I mean, I even may, put a deal on that one. Actually, maybe you're pushing me after that one, but.
Oh, you know what? I didn't give you a fan today.
Oh, you're all good.
Morning, Kabuki Jones. So I think you probably just sold it all.
What's that?
If you buy the old Christmas tree, Seth said he'd throw his wheel in for decoration.
My chair wheel.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Had a great day Friday. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Again, a great day on Friday. Thank you to everybody. Dan, we were, and I know that, it could very well be no, just because it's right in the middle of your power alley, but it didn't know what your availability for next week would be as we're doing, 10 to 1. So
yeah, it's a little tough for me, 10 to 1 next week. So I may be able to do Wednesday. I'm not really sure. I also was told that you're thinking about changing your Christmas thing to a daytime thing.
The white elephant deals.
Why?
Well, I mean, I guess we could do it at night. I guess we could do it at night.
I mean, if you want to capture, Formula One, Bubba, succeeded because they had the same races at the same times throughout the season, and people knew at 1 o'clock in Europe to turn on the thing, you'd find the race.
Well, here's the deal: we're not Formula One.
But I understand that.
I wish we were. I wish I had Seth Verstappen over here and Lummy Lewis, but I don't. Here's the deal: let's do this. We're scheduled to do a regular show 10 to 1 on Thursday. Okay, which I'm sure you cannot be. But is everybody okay with coming back later that night, Lummy, and doing an hour, like an 8 to 9 white elephant? Would that be
on which day?
On Thursday?
On Thursday night.
Thursday in 10 days or Thursday? Next week?
The 19th. Thursday the 19th. So the way I got now is that on Monday, Lummy, on Monday, December 16th, I'm off, and Seth is hosting a 10 to 1 show. Dr. Dan will not be here. Seth will, either get Brian or Tuttle or whatever Seth wants. On Tuesday, I'm back 10 to 1. First of all, Monday through Friday, the show's 10 to 1, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So that's that. Seth is the host with whomever he decides to bring in or whoever can make it on Monday. I'm back on Tuesday. I'm off on Wednesday. And then again, so Seth hosts on Wednesday. Then I'm back on Thursday and Friday, and then thinking about doing the white elephant then at 8 p.m. Thursday night to be able to get, the Dans, the Jays, the Laskers.
And you're good with coming back that Friday morning?
Yeah, because it's just, it's just 8 to 9.
Okay.
And Friday morning, we don't start till 10. So that
that's right. Okay.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So Dan, could you do Thursday night?
Sure.
The 19th, 8 to 9.
Sure.
Perfect. Then we'll do that. And then we're off, 23rd until the 2nd. Lummy, I plan on doing some shows, maybe some pop-up shows. I might call Seth up and say, Seth, your family driving you crazy. You want to come in and do a Klim Kush? There'll be some pop-up members only and some pop-up shows that happen for that 2-week period from the 23rd on. So, and it could be a members only kind of deal. So there you go. Seth, you good with that, bud?
Oh, I love it, Bubba.
Perfect. Aaron Rodgers has a new Netflix deal. Is it a documentary?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is. 3-part series.
3-part series, much like what mine's going to be. My documentary is a 3-part series. Whew, I can't wait for that to come out. Dan has seen pieces of it, I think. Haven't you, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
Exciting.
Here we go. Do I not have the volume up? Yes, I do not have the volume up. How many people, Rhett, your mic's up, think that this is it for Aaron Rodgers? Like, no team. One, the Jets don't pick up his, $35 million next year?
Yeah.
And 2, making him an unrestricted free agent and available for anybody. Does some team take a chance on this former absolute stud that now has tainted himself as a distraction and a coach killer? No. Lummy, I'm just going to go around for all the sports guys. I like everybody to chime in, including Dan. Lummy, you first.
He comes back. He reworks his deal. He gets Devontae Adams to work his deal, and this is his last year. Last night's game or yesterday's game, his first 300-yard game. I feel like he thinks
since
it's
2021.
Clicking. Yeah, I feel like he thinks it's clicking. He's going to rework his deal, push the money out another year, and
maybe give him a sweetheart deal and take 20.
Exactly, and have Devontae Adams do the same thing and say, let's bring the band back together and work
one
this
more
out.
year.
Yep.
Did you see where Woody
Johnson?
Woody Johnson's thinking about selling to Jeff Bezos. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos might be the new owner of the Jets. Rhett, over to you and what you think Aaron Rodgers' future may or may not be.
I think he's all talk. I think he always has been, especially these last couple of years. So
Boy,
he'll talk a big game.
Was Tom Brady right on the instructions that he gave Shador, or what?
Yeah.
I mean, it happens week after week. Aaron Rodgers gets up on the podium and throws everybody else under the bus. Josh Allen played one of the best games of his life the other day and then blamed himself on the podium, the first person he blamed in that loss.
Exactly.
So, I mean, the standard he sets for himself isn't very high, but yeah, he's going to talk a big game. He's going to bask in the media coverage for the last couple of months of the season here, and then I think he'll just retire and go away.
Seth, over to you.
I think he's got one more year left in him. I don't know who it's going to be with, whether it's the Jets or one team goes, we're going to give it a chance with Aaron Rodgers. We're not going to let him call the shots, but we're going to bring him in because we think he's got a little juice left, which I think he does. So I don't think he's going out like this.
No.
Dan?
Exactly.
I think he should try to get a podcast with Tim Tebow about has-beens talking about football, and he's done. He sucks. He's an embarrassment to himself and the team, and I wish he would go away quietly and never be seen again.
How big a deal, Rhett, over to you. How big of a deal does Sam Darnoldson get with the Vikings next year?
There's no guarantee he gets one with the Vikings.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they have the what's his name?
They still got J.J. McCarthy on the bench.
Oh, that's right.
In the waiting. I mean, they talked about it this week.
What happens to him?
Another team will decide to pick him up. He'll probably get a 1-year deal. He'll probably get a lot more than like Baker Mayfield did, because if Darnold hits free agency, he's going to be QB1.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So he'll get a nice deal from a team, but it'll be a tryout deal.
Man, no long-term deal for him?
No, because
there's no guarantee.
But you got to think he has a lot of weapons around him in Minnesota.
Yeah, he does.
I mean,
imagine if the Jets brought him back. He was a bust, and then he revived himself, and now he gets to come back to the city that he was a bust in.
Yeah.
I think Seth had told me that right now Las Vegas, Las Vegas Raiders are positioned to be team 1 or pick 1.
Yes,
it goes nicely with them wanting Shador. I mean, right?
Did you see that clip of Dion?
No. Can you send it to me?
Oh man, yeah, he was. I'll find it here, but he was with Antonio Pierce, who is currently the head coach of the Raiders, and he had made a comment about drafting the Sanders boys.
Oh, Shador and Shiloh.
No, Travis Hunter and
oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think he was talking about Travis.
But you know the clip that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I don't think
they were
I don't think any team can get both.
They were at some sort of fun. It looked like they were at some sort of fundraiser gala, and it was with the head coach. And he goes, "But I just need one thing from you, Coach Pierce." And he's like, "What's that?" He's like, "I need you to draft those Sanders boys." He's like, "Where are those guys at?"
I sent it to you, Bubba.
All right, thank you, Lummy. Yeah, but see, in drafting those Sanders boys, I don't think that includes Travis Hunter because I think Travis Hunter is going to be a top 5 pick. So, Vegas would probably take Shador at 1 and then, maybe Shiloh at 3. I mean, in round 3.
Yeah, I assume it's because of this event, but over the weekend, Shador had posted a video on his Instagram story of Allegiant Stadium, which is where the Raiders play.
You are truly a blessing, and it was well overdue. I almost got me mad. I started boycotting them, but they would have did what they were supposed to do. Now I just need you to do one thing. I need you to draft those Sanders boys next year.
I mean, I think Shiloh goes 1 to the Raiders. And then, I think
Antonio Pierce is just hoping he has a job next year.
Shador. Yeah, true. Shador goes 1 to the Raiders. And then Shiloh, it based on the combine, Lummy, it'll see where he, shakes out at, where Mel Kiper and all the experts say he ends up being after his combine day. They usually have a pretty good roughed in. Is there anybody that's doing any roughed in early on and it projects where Shiloh? I've heard 3rd to 5.
What about the Jets? Are they going to be like a top pick? Aren't they going to be a top pick?
Yeah,
they've only won like 2 or 3 games, right?
3.
Oh, they won 3.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think Shador wants to go to New York, and Dion's going to let the teams know. Like when Dion got drafted, he let Green Bay. And the Lions know, don't pick me because I ain't going. I'm not going. He wanted to go to Atlanta. He knew Atlanta had the 4th or 5th pick in 89, and the infamous 89. Was it the 89 draft, Lummy, where
yes,
it was Aikman, Mandrich, Barry Sanders, Broderick Thomas. I think his name was it Broderick Thomas that played for Derek Thomas. And Deion Sanders, 4 out of the 5 Hall of Famers, one of the greatest all-time top 5s of any NFL draft was the draft of 89.
It looks like they're projecting Shiloh in the late 2nd, early 3rd.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So, if Vegas, if they're saying late 2nd and Vegas wants them, then they're going to have to take him, early in 2.
Yeah.
Because you don't want
or
somebody.
early in 3.
Yeah, I mean, but what if somebody grabs him before? But Deion's gonna tell the teams on the board because.
Can you really be like that stiff if you're a 3rd round pick?
No.
No, you're a 3rd round pick. You just go where they take you and be thankful that you're not a 6th round pick.
I mean, not if you're Shiloh Sanders and your dad's Deion.
Dude, the last guy that dictated where he went was Eli Manning. And now all of a sudden there's going to be Shiloh Sanders.
Yeah.
A 3rd rounder? I doubt that.
No.
I doubt that, Bubba.
I think Shiloh.
I think Shador gets to choose.
Yeah, he gets.
I
a little
think
more
Shiloh
leverage.
gets what he's given.
Yeah, he gets a little more leverage with Shador and maybe even a Travis Hunter, but
not
when
Shiloh.
you're talking about 2nd, 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
No team is going to mortgage that.
Here's the trailer for the new Rodgers documentary.
I live between 2 worlds of the extroverted
1, 2, 3, dominate!
and an introverted lover of silence. And I'm trying to beat back Father Time and the expectations.
Aaron Rodgers ain't for everybody.
Rodgers has shared controversial and crazy conspiracy theories.
It just feels like you're either for him or against him.
Losing friendships, family, it was heartbreaking.
Here come the Jets.
Rodgers has some.
I don't know that he has a girlfriend or they're public about it, but he has been public. What was it? Olivia Munn,
Danica Patrick.
Yeah, some of the ones that he has been, Now, I got from really reliable sources, somebody that's very close to Danica. I know that you probably could figure it all out. That said that when that she told my reliable source that he is an absolute nightmare to date and live with.
He's probably like a woman.
His ex-girlfriend Shailene Woodley recently came out and said their relationship was super toxic, and Aaron Rodgers is a dick.
She said she was at like the lowest point of her life while dating him, or something along those lines.
She said felt like she lost her soul, herself, her happiness,
Danica.
joy.
That's how Jets fans feel right now.
I gotta tell you, the info that I got back from a very reliable source is that Danica said about the same thing as what that girl said, is that it's just an absolute drama-filled, just sucks the life right out of you.
Is on.
Man, if I'm Aaron Rodgers and I'm making, $25-30 million a year and I'm playing for the Packers, I'm doing my job, I'm doing my work, I'm going to practice, then I'm coming home and I'm just like, what is to be?
I mean, it's okay to be a different kind of guy, but he seems like the majority of his happiness is tied up to how well he does on the football field, which can lead to a lot of problems when you're trying to have a normal relationship.
Protection breaks down, goes Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers has officially tore his Achilles.
It's catastrophic.
Is it time for him to retire?
What does the future hold for Aaron Rodgers?
Ayahuasca.
I'm coming back to do it all.
What's the risk of playing? That's not normal.
People getting to see behind the curtain.
Have you thought about going into politics?
Once I started my spiritual journey, everything.
His problem started when he wanted to be the host of Jeopardy. That's when it started.
When he thought he was smarter than he was.
The metamorphosis is happening.
Most people are not doing the walking.
I'm not most people. I'm trying to find what a new edge is. There's football legacy.
I'd rather see a documentary on Brett Favre out, weed whacking.
I think those exist. I think it's called a Wranglers commercial.
And then,
what's that?
I said I think those exist. I think it's called a Wranglers commercial.
Yeah, that or the Gold Bond back brace.
I mean, Bubba, come on. This is for a guy who's still playing to open himself up to the odd things that he does. I think is.
I sent you an Instagram.
I think it's courageous.
I sent you an Instagram of his current girlfriend.
All right, hold on.
Character legacy.
It was gonna be the big dog with me.
When that ride comes
You should have never left Green Bay.
to a stop, who are you gonna be?
This is his answer to not getting picked for that quarterback show.
Yeah, you're probably right. He has to have come back with something. He just can't just let it lay. What did you send me?
Her Instagram of his current girlfriend he's been dating, I guess since 2023.
She looks like an Aaron Rodgers weirdo.
No, she doesn't. She looks awesome. She's beautiful.
Is that her in the middle, all tatted up?
She's a hot beard.
Oh, they read, big pharma conspiracies all night long to each other.
I mean, she is.
While they're mounting each other.
She's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with her. She's unreal.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, she needs
Unreal.
She needs a breast dog.
Yeah, and she may be bat-ass crazy to date him, but she's beautiful.
Oh, is this her right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, she's
circle and 2 snaps, man.
kind of love. Dear.
Is she saying rescue me, save me? If those eyes,
I think those eyes say save me.
Save me.
I'm supposed to go on a ayahuasca retreat this weekend.
I'm supposed to paint my face and howl like a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
She's beautiful, man.
She is beautiful.
Yeah.
Run, run, honey, run.
Stop pegging him and run.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
That's
Montana.
hot.
Oh, you're angry.
Yeah.
I'm angry because I'm hot.
And I'm dating Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know how to get out of it. the big news in
Travis Hunter was all picked up already.
The big news, and it's what we've clickbaited with, and that is Jay-Z accused in a civil lawsuit of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000, along with Sean P. Diddy Combs. Now.
So we do an R. Kelly to him, or do we do a Michael Jackson to him? I just don't know what to do.
I mean, they don't. I mean,
he might not have done it.
It may not have. He came back with a very, 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 very stiff letter penned by supposedly himself. And we'll come back with that. I mean, it's. Let me. Is there any way I can make this bigger? Yeah, I can make it bigger,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, here we go. So we'll come up so I can get on time. We'll come back with the allegations, the lawsuit, and then we'll come back with Jay-Z's handwritten. I mean, they say Seth, right, that he wrote this himself.
Yes, it got confirmed by one of those guys from like Hot 97 that Jay-Z wrote it on his iPhone like 30 minutes after it came out. So I don't know how many people looked it over, but it seems as though it's coming straight from Sean Carter himself.
We'll do that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Good morning.
Colorado's playing in the Alamo Bowl against BYU.
Oh, we'll be there, Sponjo.
Where's the Alamo Bowl?
In Alamo, San Antonio.
In Texas?
Yeah.
We'll be there. Brian's got points for the Alamo Holiday Inn.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe we could get the conjoining room deal.
Perfect.
What's up, Thomas? Don't lean back. Don't lean back. Don't lean back. What up, car? Don't lean back. Don't lean back. What's up, Iggy? What's up, Grouper? I think Jay-Z does write.
Hey, are you in here?
I think it's
Yeah.
Lil
I gotta
Wayne.
finish my story to you.
I think it's Lil Wayne doesn't write down anything. So. I must confess, my loneliness is killing me now. It's just us. I could ban every single one of you guys right now on YouTube, but why would I do that? Because I got a wrench next to my name? I would never abuse my power like that. Hope we get to that Juan Soto talk today. I hate sports. Yeah, I know, but it's a $750 million deal for a guy. It's, it's interesting. It's interesting. Woo! My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When you're not with me, you're on my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh my God, Scott Boras. I mean, he's got to be a billionaire. That guy's gonna have negotiated $1 trillion worth of contracts by the time it's all said and done.
Exactly.
Well, I said Scott Boras will have negotiated $1 trillion worth of contracts by the time he's done.
And Scott Boras hates the Rays.
A lot of teams hate Scott Boras, but they got to do business if they want a fucking good player.
I mean, that's true.
What's up, Berto? NTG. Onion Maker.
Dan's like, I want Chipotle.
Let me with my video they're doing.
Oh, shit. Yes, sir.
I don't. They can't start it from the start every time. From the start, they have to fucking
keep it going.
stop it. I don't know. I can't tell them what to do because I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Monday, December 9. The boxes came. The fragrance is quickly there behind. I don't know if it'll be up by Christmas or not, but Bubba Army Alpha, Volume 25. I'm trying to get up by Christmas, but if not, it'll be early next year.
Did you see the new Trump fragrance?
Kill, kill, kill. Yeah, I saw that. No, I'm sorry. Isn't it called? No, fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, I think it's $199 a bottle.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Mine's only $49. I think mine's $49. But we completely sold out of Alpha Volume 24.
In days, right?
Like a week, yeah. And I think we made 500 bottles. I think, I doubled the production, and so we won't sell out so soon.
And sex amongst the Bubba Army increased 157% when that new fragrance went out there, Bubba. So
yeah, I mean, exactly. If you were a fragrance guy, you would have seen a tick up in your sex life. But you're not a.
No, I like.
fragrance guy.
I wear nothing except my natural deodorant.
Your natural Seth Kushner Jewish pheromones, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Natural pheromones.
Chicks like that. Chicks like the pheromones. They like when your sack smells like a man.
Thank you for the intel, Macho Man. Appreciate it. Or whoever's giving that to me. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm misinformed on the deal. Speaking of, again, Jay-Z accused in a civil lawsuit of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000 alongside P. Diddy. Now, there's either this happened or it didn't. And
of course.
Of course. But what I'm saying is
it's not like this girl went and had consensual sex and then came up with this. This was either a complete lie or
right.
I see what you're saying.
Or they should go to hell and jail forever.
Or they're piggybacking circumstantial evidence of the P. Diddy issue and throwing Jay-Z in there because Jay-Z may have met this girl, may have had some interaction with this girl, but
this was apparently a girl that somebody picked up. They said they were Diddy's type, brought him back, and then they pretty much said that Jay-Z raped her while Diddy and then another girl watched, and then after Jay-Z was done, then Diddy raped her. So
the lawsuit claims in 2000 pretty much what Seth just said. When Doe, that's what she's been, Jane Doe, was 13. Combs and Carter raped her at a house party at the MTV Music Awards in New York. The lawsuit says a friend dropped her off at the VMAs at Radio City Music Hall. She did not have a ticket.
That sounds
Who drops
weird.
a 13-year-old off at Radio City Music Hall at night?
A person that's being trafficked. I'm just saying. I mean, a person that's being trafficked.
Yeah.
You're going to probably have to first prove that. Right? She did not have a ticket, and she approached various limousine drivers trying to gain access to the show or an after party. One driver, the lawsuit states, told her that he worked for Combs and that she fit what Diddy was looking for.
A victim?
Somebody that's desperate, that's looking to
a loner,
give ass for anything. He invited her to a party after the show and told her to return to the limo later in the evening after he transported Carter and Combs, the lawsuit says. So he told her, after I take Jay-Z and P. Diddy, come back and find me. Later, the driver picked her up, the suit says, and after 20 minutes, they arrived at a white house with a U-shaped driveway, the lawsuit says. She had to sign a document she believes was an NDA upon arrival.
Well, he stands up to a 13-year-old signing it.
Yeah, exactly. Like an NDA, you know. I think unilaterally they've ruled that NDAs are not enforceable.
No, they've ruled that no compete clauses are unenforceable, but NDAs are still enforceable.
I'm sorry, you're right. That non-compete clauses are, you know, if you live in a right-to-work state, and somebody fires you, they cannot hold you to your non-compete. You can go across the street and work, right?
Unless you're in management.
Right. So when Seth quits, he'll be on iHeart the next day.
Right.
You know, that's what it's basically saying. Or when Seth quit iHeart, he was on us the next day.
That's true.
Seth quit Cox and started with us.
And they can't do anything about it.
How long was it after your last day at Cox was your first day at Bubba's?
About 3.5 months.
Oh, was it that long?
Yeah, I took a sabbatical.
Like dabbled in some of the pod and stuff like that.
I did too much. I think I just did the block party, but I wasn't really doing anything.
Oh, that's right. You had that.
I just wanted to take myself out of the hamster wheel for a few months.
Who sent word? Was it me that sent word to you? I think I DM'd you.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
Yep.
And that's how we got the ball rolling.
That is true.
Right. She had to sign a document she believed was an NDA upon arrival and did not receive a copy to enter the party, which this suit said was filled with celebrities and people doing marijuana and cocaine. Okay, sounds on point so far. She was offered a drink that made her feel woozy, lightheaded, and felt like she needed.
That's it right there. That's it right there.
She was offered a drink that made her feel woozy, lightheaded, and felt like she needed to lie down. And she went into a room to rest.
The Krista phenomenon. That's his MO, man.
I mean, listen,
they were
Krista,
drug girls.
Krista, Steve's. The eldest. No, I'm sorry. The middle. You're the eldest. Oh God, I always think Steve's the eldest.
Because I'm aging gracefully.
Well, just because he calls all the shots. This is how the Diaco deal goes. You cut a deal with a Diaco, then you go to Steve to validate the deal, and then once Steve signs off on it, then you got it. You're done.
He's like the NFL Players Association.
Well, like I go cut it. Like if I'll cut a deal with Jay, okay? Then I'll just go get Steve to co-sign on the. Now the deal's done. Shortly afterward, the suit said Combs and Carter, and by the way, Krista Diaco was drugged. Was it a P. Diddy party?
It was a P. Diddy private little area in Miami, and she got invited into that little private area where he was in and had a drink and spent the rest of the night passed out and throwing up all over herself because something was put in her drink.
And thank God she had a friend.
Yeah, Steven.
Oh, was it Steven?
Yeah, she went out between ordering and getting the entrees, and she went out just for a second. All of a sudden, she gets sucked up by the dragnet of
If Steve had not been there, she would have been raped.
Oh, absolutely! She would have woken up with a butt the size of Lincoln Tunnel.
Because they had her. They had the setup. They gave her a drink.
Hot girl comes in single by herself. Boom, drug gone, vanishes.
That's shortly after. The suit says Combs and Carter, Jay-Z and P. Diddy entered the room with Combs saying, "Are you ready to party?" That's when she alleges Carter, which would be Jay-Z, removed her clothes, held her down, and raped her, while Combs and an unnamed female celebrity watched. Well, why do we got to unname this female celebrity? Is that, Dan, so that Bigsby can go after her too? Because when you unname them in one particular lawsuit, that might give you an opportunity to have an individual lawsuit with them, right?
She should be named, and if they're going to publicly shame these two people, they should publicly shame the female that sat there and watched it all.
And unless you got a whole nother separate lawsuit for her.
Or she's cooperating.
Oh.
Well, they tried to get money. Busby, they tried to get money out of Jay-Z and settle and all this stuff, and then that's when he said no, and then that's when the story came out, and that's pretty much what he's saying in his response.
And Jay's not here, but Dan is. So I think there's a fine line to reaching out to a celebrity to see if they want to settle extortion and them fighting back and saying no, then getting themselves caught up in a trick bag, whereas it would have gone away had they settled.
Well, I mean,
am I right?
It happened to Diddy. She tried to sue him, the hotel beating, and he said F off, and it became public knowledge, and now he's sitting in jail rotting and probably won't see the light of day again.
I think you're wrong on that.
What do you mean?
I think that the Cassie thing went this way, and anybody chime in to correct me, but I think that he did settle with her, and somehow that got leaked.
I thought he balked on selling with her, and that's why it got leaked.
No. I think that he settled with her, and it was part of when they raided the home. He had that footage that he had purchased in a settlement, and again, we don't even know, like, the Cassie video that caused a lot of this. You know, I think I have a couple different recollections, and that is one, and maybe somebody or, you know, is in chat or you guys or can look up on the internet or something like that, but I had thought that he settled with Cassie and she wasn't cooperating and she didn't turn him in, but when you settle, Dan, you buy the footage. You now own the footage.
You buy it, so
and
you
so
can bury
when the feds came in and went through all of his electronic devices and all of his hard drives and all that kind of deal, they found the Cassie footage. And the feds don't care what type of settlement you've entered into. If you've committed a crime, we're going to go after you. I think that's how it went down, but I could be wrong. Anybody know any different?
No, I thought that just from what I thought because this happened like years ago. I thought that they settled. Everything was coup de la, and then once the raid went on Diddy's houses, it looked like someone was out to bury Diddy, and then the tape got leaked, and then that's when Sean Diddy had to apologize.
Because I don't think he paid her everything he was supposed to pay her too. I think he balked on paying her, and again, you know, you can be all bold and stuff till they have video.
I think that one of the chats 575 says, I thought that she had an opportunity. That he had an opportunity but didn't, and then she filed a lawsuit, which is what prompted all the publicity, and the FBI raid was after the complaint was filed.
Yeah,
I think that the 575 person's right on that. Shortly afterwards, that's when an unnamed female celebrity watch says Combs. She says Combs also raped her as Carter and the woman looked on. So Jay-Z raped her, female, and P. Diddy was watching. No, this is all allegations. I don't know any of this to be true. This has obviously been filed in a lawsuit. And then she says P. Diddy raped her, and Jay-Z and the woman watch. Do you guys think that the woman may be Beyonce?
No.
Why not?
I don't know if Beyonce was involved in 2000.
And I don't know if she's letting her husband just blast girls.
J-Lo.
I don't know.
I think she was around in 2000, right? That's when she did
and that is a lawsuit in itself.
I mean, I'm guessing that.
I mean, it's just like Hogan.
J-Lo, you're right.
Hold on, Dan. It's just like Hogan. On his first lawsuit, he deliberately held back Cox and all the people that distributed the tape because he knew he was going to take a second bite of that apple.
Yeah, they split in 2001. So in 2000, they were.
Hogan was like, let me go ahead and get the people that published it first, get a big money payday from them, and now I got a second bite of the apple that end up settling for, I don't know it to be true, rumor has it, word on the street, $60 million. Before depositions. And so I'll sue the people that published it, and then I'll sue the people that distributed it. 2 bites at the apple. So maybe Bigsby or Bugsby or whoever's filing this lawsuit, if indeed the female celebrity is J-Lo, you don't give that information out freely when you have an opportunity to potentially get her to settle and not be named. Correct? But you really got to be careful on how you word that, right, Dan? So it's not extortion. Right?
Yep. It's a fine line because it is kind of extortion.
The suit says that she was able to resist from being forced to perform oral sex on P. Diddy by hitting him in the neck, and he stopped. After the alleged assault, the suit says that she grabbed her clothes and left. She made her way to a gas station where she called her father. Now, if that happened, then there would be potentially a witness at the gas station, and this happened so long ago, I doubt that they still have footage, but most gas stations have surveillance because they get robbed so much, right? Mm-hmm. The accuser is...
I don't think they have the tapes from 2000
Do you
still.
need that for a civil?
No, don't forget what Jay said. Criminal means 99.99 beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
Civil means
50.00001.
50.0000001.
Yeah, just more likely than not.
Right. The accuser is seeking just like the Conor McGregor deal. Somebody, he had some kind of law enforcement or the state attorney or however the Irish law works, do him a favor and not file charges of him sexually, raping or harassing or molesting a girl. He gets a sweetheart. Everybody looks the other way because of who he is, a celebrity deal. Criminally, thinks he's okay. She comes back civilly, and I think he's lost the majority of his endorsements. Has he not? Because he lost civilly.
Oh, they're running. They're running away from him.
Oh, yeah. My only heartbreak is for my family. Jay-Z said in a statement, my wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics will believe these idiotic claims you have levied against me. It's not for the seriousness of surrounding harmed kids would be laughable. Jay-Z, listen, this is very provable. I mean, there's all types of people that you can either prove or disprove this lawsuit. The driver, the person at the gas station, the unnamed female co-conspirator, or
I'm not. This is like. Do you? I mean, would you just rape one time? Like, if you're, or are you a rapist? Like, do you continue to rape? Like, would Jay-Z just go, oh, I'm at Diddy's house, and I'm just gonna go do this because she's here, and then I'm gonna carry on consensual relationships for the rest of my life? Or is that something that you continue to do?
I think sexually there's very few little one-offs sexually. I think we all have our sexual things that we like, whatever you may be into, and that's what you like. And you just don't do them once unless it's something so egregious that you can only do once, I guess.
I think it's kind of like speeding. You get a ticket for speeding. It ain't the first time you sped. You sped before, you'll speed afterwards. You just got busted that one time. And so when people are involved in this lifestyle, they often have been doing it for a long time, and there's multiple episodes. They just don't get caught every time. They get caught once or twice, and then you start putting together the little pieces of the puzzle, and you're like, oh my God, this person's been doing this systematically for 15 years.
Well, they say that like when they catch child molesters,
every one of them's got a history.
They say, and I've had experts on and things like that. I've had Kevin on, who was criminally defended and prosecuted against, been on both sides of the fence. And there's a number, and you may be able to look it up, but I think they say when they catch a person that's done bad things to kids, that it's usually they've done them up to 40 times before getting caught.
Oh my hell!
I believe that. I absolutely believe that. I believe it's between 20 and 40.
I remember that number specifically by having an expert on, and Kevin also, who is again prosecuted and also defended. And I recollect the number 40. Hello.
I sent you an article too about the night of the VMA with J-Lo and P. Diddy arguing in public over something.
Let me, Dan, if that unnamed female suspect is J-Lo, that turns this heat up tremendously, does it not?
Who's the girl to the right?
Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Jake up in Maryland.
Hi.
I was just thinking of, remember a few years ago when that elevator tape of Solange Knowles beating the crap out of Jay-Z? I mean, they know stuff, man. This is not the first time he's probably even been caught. It's just he's getting caught. He's getting in trouble. So
that was for Jay-Z cheating on Beyonce, is why he got his ass kicked by her sister.
With a 13-year-old?
No, with
a different situation.
Another artist. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, man, thank you for your input, buddy. Yeah. Appreciate you. You sent this to me from Daily Mail. Diddy and J-Lo have seen having a heated argument in the unearthed party photos of the same night that he's accused of raping a 13-year-old. So doesn't that kind of fill in potentially who the unknown female might have been? I mean, Combs was with Jay's. It looks like P. Diddy was with J-Lo that night.
I know that all liberals are rapists who drink kids' blood, but I just don't think that we could just start going, oh, J-Lo.
No one said that.
She seems like
who's saying that?
She seems like the kind of girl that would sit around and watch two guys rape a 13-year-old. I think that's a lot to just throw on somebody.
No, I'm not saying. I mean, I would say that potentially in the lawsuit where it says a celebrity female, an unknown. An unannounced or unknown could potentially. We certainly know that P. Diddy was hanging out and might have been on a date with his.
No,
date.
they dated from 1999 to 2001.
All right, so he might. We can at least say this, Seth. P. Diddy and J-Lo were together that night in some capacity. We don't know that she's the person that witnessed. Listen to this. We don't even know that this act happened. This could very well be Bugsby just say on the pile-on copycat factor saying, I got P. Diddy dead to rights on a bunch of different stuff. Why not throw Jay-Z in there? Because I can prove that Jay-Z and P. Diddy were together a few different times that evening. I mean, we don't know how much of this is true. Which brings you to Jay-Z's letter. My lawyer received a blackmail attempt called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations, and public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, I'm not. No, sir. It had the opposite effect. It makes me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever committed such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve justice if that were the case. This lawyer, who I have done a bit of research on, seems to have a pattern with these identical theatrics. I have no idea how you've come to be such a deplorable human being, Mr. Busby, but I promise you I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. You claim to be a Marine. Marines are known for their valor. You have neither honor nor dignity. My heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such that at a young age. It is unfair to try to understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and the human spirit. My heart and support goes out to the true victims in this world who have to watch their life story dressed in costume for profitability and this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. He's really who?
He should have done a line about just throwing Diddy under the bus too to get some heat off him.
He should have. Wait, he should have said, "Don't confuse my world with the sicko Diddy's world. I have a family, love my family, and have never done anything of what they're claiming Diddy did."
I showed up on accident one time because I thought it was going to be a nice, sit-down dinner.
Right.
There was sex swings all over the place. I had to leave.
Yeah, I saw the baby oil and sex swings and the fentanyl, and I had to leave, my friend. You have made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the projects of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We have very strict codes and honor. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Your only network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims that you've levied against me, if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. I look forward to showing you just how different I am. Pretty strong, right?
Right after. Also, you could say Shakespearean. He doth protest too much, meaning that he's over protesting, which is a sign of guilt too to some people.
I mean,
do you understand?
There's two ways you can handle this. You can do what he did, which you can
slander the lawyer.
You can do what he did, which, like you said, doth protest too much. Or you can have your Kevin Hazlett, your Brian Petroni, Jay Diaco, Norman Cannella, Greg Herring, all the Sling and D attorneys, Todd Foster, shoot back legal correspondence saying the same and not necessarily making it public, because making it public, again, Dan, you're going to split the believers right down the middle, saying that he's protesting too much. That means he did it. Or he's, rolling his sleeves up and telling this scumbag lawyer, let's go on, buddy, because indeed he didn't do it. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know I know my handlers. I know Tom Bean and Steve and, everybody that gives me advice would not allow me to come out and say those things. They would handle it through a very, very, probably through a countersuit, probably through a malice, slander, liable countersuit, right?
Maybe yes.
Defamation, definitely defamation. If everything that Bugsby said is not true,
then it's defaming.
You have defamed to a level of, oh my God, the damages, right, Dan? I mean, the damages to be pinned a rapist,
a child rapist.
This
is as bad as it gets. But he's not countersuing.
But hold it. Here's the deal. You're not only not countersuing, you're publicly fighting it. You know what I'm saying? You're publicly fighting it. And I've made a mistake when a lawsuit's been filed against me and I used my radio show to fight back the next day, and I was gourded out of my mind with madness and just probably said things that I should not have said the day after Hogan filed a lawsuit on me. And I went absolutely nuts and said things that to this day I regret. I should have just let my handlers handle it.
Yeah, by having a self-fulfilling statement like this,
it made him feel better for that little bit of time,
right,
but the damages that it could have done, right?
And we talked about it for 30 minutes today. We wouldn't be talking about it for more than a minute or two if there was a suit filed. Then all of a sudden there's nothing to talk about. A suit was filed by a 13-year-old alleging P. Diddy and Jay-Z and some chick raped her. Boom. Story's over in 30 seconds. Now it's a 25-minute story because of this stupid response letter.
But a lot of people...
Which doesn't do anything but make him feel better, like you said.
Like you said, made him feel better.
Right. Only it makes him feel better.
And at best, you got a 50-50 support number at best. Right? Yep. 50, because everything's 50-50. The president, abortion, immigration, and Jay-Z's fight back letter, everything in the world's 50-50. Think the Bears should have drafted Caleb Williams? 50-50. Think Aaron Rodgers is going to play next year? 50-50.
Is that really 50-50?
I don't know.
Yes.
Really?
Think the Rays are going to stay
think he's going to play next year?
Think the Rays are going to stay in Tampa? 50-50. Again, Jay-Z feels better probably for that little bit of time.
Yeah, but what if you didn't, Bubba, but what if you didn't do this? What if you had nothing to do with this? What if this is a complete...
Then you got one hell of a defamation, slander, damn near criminal extortion lawsuit.
But, wouldn't you want to at least try to put something out there? I mean, this isn't one of those, this is a serious allegation. I will not comment on this, because it's under investigation and my lawyers have told me not to.
I think you could say I think Jay-Z could have come out and said, "You're a scum of the earth. The things that you've alleged that I did just absolutely makes me sick to my stomach, and rather for me to go on and on, I am countersuing you for defamation, slander, liable, and all of that. Meet my attorney, Fred McGillicuddy, bitch."
Well, as an attorney, I would advise my client not to write a letter and let me just go ahead and file a suit or write a cease and desist letter. So to stop it, because now he's opening it up. He turned a lighter into a firework.
So listen, Seth, you're talking to a guy, me, who's made these mistakes, who has gone on and publicly, after you've been accused of doing something, used my show and made it the whole entire 4-hour infomercial as to how innocent I was, and I should have kept my mouth shut. I should have quietly let the people that handle me do their thing. I'd be in a better situation. had I not just blown up. And this looks like, and I wasn't nearly as eloquent as Mr. Carter / Jay-Z.
/ some lawyer that helped him write it.
No, I was just insane, gored out of my mind, calling names and threatening and this and that. And so when you publicly defend something that's been filed against you, you probably shouldn't publicly respond. You should probably, because at the end of the day, now you're somewhat guilty of doing what he did, and that's making a situation public. Whereas if you handle it privately, now potentially if this guy is extorting Jay-Z, you're going to be able to far be in a better position of being a victim than what you just threw out there. But then again, child rape is such a heavy, heavy, heavy accusation that I can see where you just want to get on there and defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, But again,
what do you say to Blue Ivy when he talks about having a kid this age that he's got to sit down who's going to hear about this stuff? I mean, I know everybody's telling me that he did it, so it's hard to play devil's advocate that he might not have raped somebody with P. Diddy. But I'm just saying, by chance he didn't, and he has to have these conversations. He has to defend himself, everything that he's done for his whole life.
Yeah, but he also was making records with R. Kelly, when we knew R. Kelly was with little girls.
Urinating on 15-year-olds.
Right. I mean, these guys don't care. They don't care. They're artists.
Well, I mean, and there comes a point where you really, you're just trying to do good music. You can't do a background check on any. I mean, Snoop Dogg's been to prison before.
Mm-hmm.
For the life of me, I can't understand. I need to hire whoever handles Snoop Dogg because he's gone. Here's a guy who has been to prison.
He got off murder, though.
But here's the deal. Hold on. And he now is like
the
most marketable celebrity there is.
But he's not touching little kids. I don't know any stories about him touching little kids.
True.
So I'll keep supporting him. I don't care if he got in trouble for smoking pot and stuff like that. He's not touching little kids. And all these other people that are touching little kids, I hope you all get busted.
I hope
you all go to jail.
I just want
the big boys.
I want the process to start. You know what I'm saying? But it sounds like to me that the reason why the process isn't starting is because you got a criminal aspect of it, and then you got Bugsby over here that's trying to make it, trying to make all these deals and stuff prior to the criminal. And it might be, he might be hurting the Fed's case in the fact that he's reaching out to all these people to cut deals when they're trying to invest it. They don't care about deals. They care about what you've done. And you think that that's a possibility, Dan? And the fact that, here's Bugsby that's got a list of all these A-list celebrities that's been part of these freak-offs, and he's trying to get a hold of them to keep them out of, civilly being sued, whereas the FBI is also contacting them to potentially go criminal. And so I think they're maybe fighting against each other, and that's why this is at somewhat of a standstill, because as they're trying to swoop in criminally, Bugsby's done got a hold of them, civilly. Or does the FBI tell him, back off, bitch, and let us get our job done before you start coming in here with the civil?
I think he's going to try to get those civil cases going before people are out of money defending themselves criminally.
Well, that and, cooperating witnesses. So, if you get a guy that's already paid you a bunch of money to keep it out of it on the civil deal, now he's no longer, or they're no longer a cooperating witness criminally. I don't know. It's just they still really haven't.
They haven't done anything yet, Bubba.
The only person
that's
that
a trial
really,
set for May.
But hold on, isn't the only person that really is in trouble right now is P. Diddy. Right?
I think his kids are too.
Oh, his kids are too?
Did they slap the kids with a bunch of criminal stuff too?
Maybe tampering.
Probably to pressure him.
I don't know. It's just like it would be. I'd like them to get this show on the road, especially when Bugsby's doing all this civil stuff.
But Bubba, we thought we would get all this salacious stuff when Ghislaine and the other guy Epstein were, in trouble, and we got nothing.
It doesn't look like
nothing.
Diddy's
Yeah,
kids
well,
are
we
in
got
trouble.
one dead guy, and then we got a woman who I think.
Knows everything and hasn't said a word.
No, but she was actually tried federally.
Yeah, I think she's still in prison.
Yeah,
She's
she
in
is.
prison.
Yeah.
20
but
years.
we didn't hear anything. We didn't
you're
hear
right.
anything. We got nothing out of that.
Why is that?
Because they protect themselves. And
So do you think that
you ain't gonna get nothing out of this one either.
Was there not even a trial? Was there just a big plea deal? And then it's kind of like almost Hogan v. Cox.
No, there was a trial.
There was a trial, but I think it was a bench trial without jurors.
And on the federal level, which means nobody covers it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not coverable.
Mm-hmm.
Sketch artist at best.
Right, and this is going to happen here too. Didn't the feds come to P. Diddy? It's going to be a federal case. And so it's going to be quiet, and we're not going to hear anything.
So
we're going to be
Bugsby-
teased for 3 years and get nothing.
And the list will ever come out. Ever. Because all the celebrities will cooperate and all turn on P. Diddy. That's
And
the
protect,
common
right. They'll identify the sacrificial lamb.
P. Diddy.
And then everyone else walks.
And probably signs big and probably writes big checks to Bugsby. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
When I return, the Hawk 2 girl has now launched her own Bitcoin.
Yeah, it didn't do too well. Well, it did for a little bit, but
I watched.
I'm so over this bitch.
Pump and dump.
What's that, Seth? You watched it?
No, I don't understand. I don't really understand Bitcoin, and I'm okay with that. I don't understand meme coins, but I watched a video because it said that she ripped a bunch of people off, and that she
meme?
pulled the rug. I mean, and I want to know that apparently people invested like millions in this.
Yeah, no, they did. Yeah,
But what's a meme coin different than a Bitcoin?
Well,
we need a Bitcoin expert.
Is
a Bitcoin has distributed registry. There is absolute checks and balances on its value. It's stable to some extent because again, its entity is spread out amongst a bunch of different people, so it's hard for one person to manipulate it.
It's a crypto. Well, a meme coin is technically it's a cryptocurrency that's just named after somebody to get like
popularity
to get somebody. Be like if it was the Tom Brady coin,
Correct, yeah.
TB12 coin.
Yeah,
that might be a coin I buy. Everything he does, turns well.
But is it actual Bitcoin? Is it actual Bitcoin?
It's not a Bitcoin.
It's not a Bitcoin.
It's a different type of coin.
crypto.
Yeah,
it's crypto.
Everything Brady does usually works out, except for that giant crypto investment he made.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that was.
Yeah, he was with Friedman though.
Jay's Mike. Jay in here.
Sam Bankman-Fried thing.
Yeah.
Jay, you heard us discussing the Jay-Z deal.
I did.
What's your opinion on what we said, and what's your opinion on the whole situation? I mean, should he not have lashed out and maybe been a little more calculated? I can smell the high karate. It's really kicking today. Should he have been a little bit more calculated? And should he have been a little more calculated and not spewed off like he did? Or does spewing off like he did show him indeed that he's ready to fight because he's innocent? What's your spin on it?
I think he should have allowed his attorneys to deal with it like you were saying. And, we lawyers enjoy something called qualified immunity. And so we're not guilty of defamation or slander, although the 13-year-old who's now an adult may be. And so there's a strategic way to get the lawyer on the hook for it too. But what I didn't hear in that statement from him was anything about defamation or slander or my reputation.
Meanwhile,
or
that
saying
should have
these
been
things.
first and foremost.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, the only thing that he was concerned about was having to tell his daughter. How about, I didn't see words like slander, defamation, malice. I didn't hear any of that.
I didn't either. And so it would be very easy to say, I adamantly deny these claims. What this lawyer is doing is defamation and slander, and we'll see him in court. My lawyers will speak for me. Now that is meaningful. We got to remember, and I am always the guy that gives the accused the benefit of the doubt. I believe innocent until proven guilty. But you're asking me about a situation where he's now publicly come out, and like Danny said, he's created much more heat on himself. The statement was 35 seconds long, maybe more. And if he had just given a simple denial and we will see him in court and we'll be filing a countersuit, that would be more meaningful.
Yeah, but you're right, though. The big words, malice, slander, defamation, those legal words have substance. And when you have defamed, slandered, or malice somebody, that's a big deal.
Right.
Explaining what some bad guy has written to your 13-year-old is not scary legally. So obviously he wasn't advised by his attorney because indeed, if these allegations that have been pinned on him are not true, they meet all the qualifiers of slander, defamation, malice. I mean, right?
And then there's two other words, Bubba, which you know very well that are missing from this one. Cease and desist.
Right.
Where are those two words? So, and just to put that in context for the listeners, if someone has alleged you've defamed them, then you send a cease and desist letter and you give them an opportunity to correct. And then that perfects the defamation slander claims. And so I don't see any of that. And so when Bubba, remember when you were dealing with it all, there was a 770 letter, got shot over from one guy to another guy, and there was a chance for you to retract. You remember what we did? We all sat around and said, we're not retracting.
Right.
There's nothing to retract. It was hyperbole. It was not a statement of fact. And so
if we retract it, we are certainly kind of admitting.
It's gone.
Well, we're also admitting that we did. But we also are admitting that we did something.
Well, you see, The View has been doing it a half a dozen times. I'm exaggerating, probably 3 times in the last week about this Pete Hegseth guy. And Sunny Halston comes out and she reads this statement. And so once you read it, you're done. You're not guilty of anything. There is a rule which gives broadcast companies a chance to get out. That's the 770 letter. And so if you had simply said, "Oh, I said something I didn't mean to say it," it would have never happened. But you believed in what you said. It was not a statement of fact. It was hyperbole. It was jokes. And so we fought it. But the point is,
and we won.
Yes, we did, my friend. But the point is, there's a legal process. And so, this lawyer, Jay-Z may have slandered him.
Yeah.
Someone can't say that I'm not a public figure. Oh, I am because I'm on the radio. But most lawyers are not public figures. And when you file a lawsuit, that doesn't make you a public figure where the defendant can now just call you a scumbag, ambulance chaser, and all these things. I mean, you got to be very careful in the way you handle yourselves. Lawyers are representatives of their clients, and that we take what our clients tell us on their word and we investigate it and we make sure we have what's called a good faith basis to proceed forward. If this guy's got a good faith basis, you can't be throwing on him like that just because he's been made a lot of money doing this.
Yeah, this isn't his first deal. Yeah, I know.
He's got 30 claims.
I got to burn a break. We'll come back with the Hawk 2 bitch.
Yeah.
I am so over her.
Me too.
I am so.
Just imagine how the people that lost a bunch of money feel.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Is there an example of a celebrity coin that's worked? Because I thought
it worked temporarily.
Yeah,
no,
but
like give us one, Dan. No, he's saying like, what's a coin that's working?
They all do
This
the
is
same thing.
You just gotta catch it.
They all do the same things.
But this one was bad because they held all of the money. They held all the shares. That like
they said they didn't, but then they're investigating that. I think it was like 95% of it.
Right.
They said they weren't going to dump it, and then they started dumping it, and then they came out and said that's not us dumping it. But then it was shown.
Well, then I saw like the spaces they did on Twitter, and somebody said they made over $1 million off.
Did you ever think that girl was going to do anything more than the 15 minutes of fame she did? I didn't.
No.
I wouldn't have spent 2 cents on her. What's up, everybody? Good morning. If you and I represented Jay-Z, we would have shot over a cease and desist letter, set up a slander and defamation case, and done a cross-claim for slander and defamation. Boom.
Yeah.
Glenn Longnecker. You're right about that, Snizuki. What's up, Herm Grom? How's everyone doing? Sorry, I thought I was on. It was last time we were signed in. What up, T.Y. Ayers? You know, Napa Mike, I don't think it's right. The whole blanket immunity thing's wrong. That's not fair. A Spitcoin instead of a Bitcoin. That's kind of funny.
That might have worked.
That kind of works. For real. I like it.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I know. What is it?
I'm looking to be, because I got that pension, Lummy. I'm looking to invest.
Oh,
So,
we don't know what's going on with drones that are the size of hoods of cars.
It's super low right now. You might want to buy in.
Where they're coming from, going to? With FBI.
I'm waiting for the Juan Soto coin.
And how about this guy getting out of New York?
Yeah, it's 785 million.
In like 24 hours. Yeah, I know.
What if he got his deal in all Bitcoin?
Nothing. If I don't understand it, Seth, I'm not in it.
It's the guy, people. I mean, I didn't think it made sense, but people are making a lot of money. I don't know.
Kevin Hazlett's bathing in it right now.
Oh, yeah.
He kept all his.
Yeah.
Napa Mike, you're right, 100%. I think it was the problem. Like
I got screwed.
16,000, 20,000, 30,000 at one point. It's over 100.
I bought mine at 28,000, and I had a 1.5 Bitcoin.
Did you get rid of it?
IRS made me sell it.
What?
Yep. At a loss.
Oh my God.
I had 1.5 Bitcoins.
Dude.
Yep.
I just wish I could understand it.
They're absolutely bending me the fuck over.
Let's rail them right here.
No way.
Let's rail the IRS.
No way.
I got a couple of words to say.
Nope.
What? Is it taxable?
You motherfuckers taking my money, my American-made money.
What he does for a fucking living.
Funneling my money to the Ukrainians.
I guess because he can't help Todd with that before, and a bunch of people. It's different now. I guess he can't do sidebar shit, can he? Pro bono?
Oh, that's Randy from Skaggs.
Where?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show, the Monday. What is it? Monday? What do we call that? Just the Monday Uncensored Show?
Yeah.
It's available mostly through podcast, wherever you get your podcasting. iHeart, Spotify, Google Play, just everywhere. Or let me, if you're a member of our YouTube channel, you can visually watch it. Or locals as well. To me, Seth, Lummy, and whoever decides to chime in. Tomorrow will be Clem and Kush. And then Wednesday, what is the sports show?
Yes, it is.
And then
I also tape Pigmentation on Tuesday, and we've been putting it up on there as well.
Really?
Yeah.
People are accusing the Hawktua girl, Haley Welch, of a pump and dump scheme after the launch of her Hawk meme coin, which is HAWK. Whether you love, hate, or merely feel indifferent about the Hawktua bitch, the girl, I should say girl. I'm throwing bitch in there myself, which shows you how I feel about her.
You loved her, man.
You did love her.
You put her on the map.
You loved her. For a moment.
I thought she was cute. I didn't know that she was going to turn into this.
He didn't come up with the scheme for the coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's been all over, everything for the last 3 months.
Whether you love, hate her, you've likely seen her viral video of the street interview. Did you? I'm most mad at her in the fact that she didn't give any recognition or want to even be cordial or nice or thankful to the guy that taped it, edited it, and posted it, which she would have not ever been anything. She was never going to do anything like that on her own. She was just some hillbilly bitch working at a spring factory. She was.
Well, it wasn't like her life was on the decline.
Wait,
you know?
she made
Like,
so much about her life. She made springs.
Yes.
Like one step off of a paperclip.
Well,
like the only one she can tease is the guy that's in the paperclip assembly line because it's the only thing more simple.
Springs come in, pins need springs.
Yeah, I understand.
Cars need
Yes,
valve
we need
springs.
thumbtacks too.
But there's a lot. The spring industry is large, and the various types of springs that you need, from the spring that is a valve spring to a spring that's in your ballpoint pen. But she was just some hillbilly bitch, living with her meemaw. And I don't know.
She's just a regular Southern girl, Bubba, who got drunk, and and maybe this was all meant to happen. But if you've seen her, just obviously not drunk, and just her personality,
stupid. She's stupid.
She's stupid.
I mean, yeah, this is.
She's just dumb.
But I will say her people have done an amazing job of capitalizing on this.
Until this very moment.
And
Lovey said they made $50 million, though.
Well, hold on. In recent months, Welch has maintained her internet fandom through different collaborations and projects, the most recently being a meme coin. For context, meme coins are basically cryptocurrencies inspired by internet memes or pop culture references and or trends. This is pretty on par for Welch, considering how she got famous. Before its launch, Welch insisted her Haktua meme coin was not just a cash grab. However, quickly after it took off, it crashed with a 91% decline in value after investors began accusing Welch of taking part in the pump and dump. In a pump and dump scheme, fraudsters typically spread false or misleading information to create a buying frenzy that will pump up the price of the stock and then dump the shares of the stock by selling their own shares at an inflated price. Once the fraudsters dump their shares and stop hyping the stock typically falls and investors lose money. However, Welch stated on X/Twitter that her team hasn't sold one token and not one, is it KOL is how it's listed?
Yes.
And not one KLL was given one free token. What's KOL? Is that like her enterprises?
No, I think it's memed. I think it's crypto talk.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like
That must be the designation for this particular meme
KOL.
coin.
Yeah. We tried to stop snipers as best as we could through high fees and the start of the launch of Meta.org AG, she added. Fees now have been dropped.
Well, apparently there were fees, and this guy that you're about to talk about, CoffeeZilla, there was a Spaces that was on Twitter, and Haley Haktua was in it, and CoffeeZilla did the math, and he found out that her company made over $1 million off of fees that first initial day. And then he was grilling the guys about what they were doing with that money. And he's like, well, we have expenses. We have people we have to pay. We have a charity that we're running in the Cayman Islands. And, you can't just run those for free. So they were pretty much.
I run my charity for free.
Again, yeah. I don't know the rules.
Real charity.
I don't know the rules of crypto and stock and all this stuff. But apparently the fees were a big hang up for one guy who's a crypto expert. And they were able to make $1 million off of it.
So just her company or her holding company, a lot of the fees that were charged weren't for brokers or anything like that. It boomeranged back to her company.
But it's brilliant, though. Make your $1 million on fees. Don't pump and dump it yourself, and then you don't get in trouble.
Yeah, well, they pumped and dumped. But I sent you a short video.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's up, Bubba? This is Mike. How's it going?
Hi, Mike. You're on the air, buddy. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. No, I was just calling like Seth already went over it, but I was just going to suggest to you guys to watch the CoffeeZilla video because he did. I was watching it all weekend. It's crazy. He does the best comprehensive coverage of it, and he, like Seth said, he confronted him in a Twitter space afterwards, and he breaks down the whole schematics of everything and what happened.
So it's in the CoffeeZilla YouTube or is it Twitter?
Yeah,
it's on his YouTube channel.
He caught him that night, and he's got a video where it breaks down the whole thing. He shows charts, and it's really comprehensive. You'll like it.
I'm on it. Thank you for the heads up, buddy. Appreciate you.
This is so far beyond her intellect.
Yes.
This is so outside of her comfort zone. She has no idea what's going on.
She's dumber than me, and I have no business in being any type of financial advisor for anybody.
Well,
I've lost it all.
Should she care about what? Should she care about what her people are using her likeness for? Is it just about get as much money as you can before it's over?
She should care when it makes her criminally or civilly liable.
Lummy, is this the CoffeeZilla deal that you said?
No, the CoffeeZilla thing is very long. This thing said under 2 minutes.
All right, so is this similar to the CoffeeZilla deal? What breaks it down?
No, no.
This is CoffeeZilla for dummies.
This looks like it's going to be the gameplay of Fall
Welcome
Guys.
back to Slop Live.
All right, well, can somebody find me the
Hold on, we haven't listened to this. I mean, it could be. It says under 2 minutes. The guy has a lot of subscribers.
All right.
Today's Slopic Hawk Tour Girl launched a meme coin, and I think you already know how that went. Hawk Tour Girl tweeted out her new coin, Hawk, which reached $500 million in 5 minutes.
Hold on, $500 million in 5 minutes.
Now, was that the own money that they were pumping into it? Or
no,
was that
was, I think, people that were buying
That was
it.
interest. That was genuine
Just
interest.
20 minutes later,
Hold on.
fell all the way down to $50 million. And as of right now, is sitting at $35 million, which is still quite a lot, surprisingly. This has got to be one of the most blatant rug pull scams ever launched by a Z-list celebrity. Many accounts on Twitter.
A Z-list. I love it.
I never heard that before.
Let me see if you can find the CoffeeZilla.
I'm looking for it.
Pointing out that
or Red or anybody.
96% of the supply of the coin was held by insiders, meaning only 4% was left for the public. And the moment the coin went live, the insiders started selling it instantly. Over 100 insiders, all making over $10,000. The biggest making $364,000.
So these are insiders within the Hawk coin itself, meaning
they
like
already owned it.
Naturally, people called for her to go quote
they could
unquote
be in
straight.
trouble for insider trading.
Yeah.
There is a just very specific rule against having inside information
That's one
and
agency.
selling things and actually getting a profit. That's what Martha Stewart went to jail
That's
for.
one three-letter agency I've never been in trouble with yet, the SEC.
Give it a sec.
Okay, thanks. When I come out with the Bubba Army coin.
Jail. The team that helped us.
Yeah, Radio IO stock.
It would probably sell.
Yeah, hold
honestly,
on.
it would probably sell.
A lot of people accuse me of a pump and dump on the Radio IO stock. Guess what? I never sold any of my shares.
Wait, you still have them?
They're worthless, but I still have them.
Which, by the way, Radio IO was Spotify before Spotify was Spotify.
Oh my God,
we were just
we were
10 years ahead of the game.
Oh my God, Radio IO was so. Like people couldn't
That's what it was.
People couldn't comprehend it. Shannon Burke Afternoon Drive, Scott Ledger Middays, my show. Then we did like
But
an after
every
show.
genre of
The
music
Diacos.
too. You had the music though. Also, it was like people just couldn't get over the pay per service. But now that's what everyone does. My kid doesn't buy songs like we do on iTunes. What he does is he just listens to everything on Spotify.
So I catch a lot. Oh man, remember the dropping the tray and the golden ticket and Bubba and Tom Bean's pump and dump.
It was such a good idea.
It would have been a pump and dump had Radio IO made a bunch of money and we didn't use the capital that we raised to run the company. Shannon Burke's salary, Scott Ledger's salary, just,
The equipment.
well, not only that, but let's not forget what music royalty fees used to be back then.
What were they?
Oh my God! It was like two. I think our music royalty fees were like $250,000 a year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So hold on. So it would have been a pump and dump had I sold I had 15 million shares. Guess how many I still got?
15 million
15 million shares.
Yeah. So do you remember what that was, Seth?
I didn't sell anything.
Oh yeah, I wasn't here for any of that, but I
But
definitely.
you see the scuttlebutt.
Oh yeah.
You see people accusing me of it.
Oh, all the time.
Bubba's a pump. How about that pump and dump that you used to buy your racetrack?
I bought Radio IO when you first put it out in 2013.
I bought some myself too.
Well,
Not
yeah.
only was I awarded 15 million shares to be the main talent and whatever, and the vice president or whatever the hell I was, but I personally invested $10,000 in IO that I lost. So it
had a good run.
And here's the deal. All you people that hate me in various forums that say that I pump and dumped, had I pump and dumped, you don't think that I wouldn't have gotten in trouble? I get in trouble for everything.
Yeah, true.
You don't think the SEC
They'd
would
come right after your ass.
You don't think the SEC? You don't think the people that bought Radio IO at whatever and lost because we closed the company and we lost our ass. We were 11 or 12 years ahead of our time.
Other streaming music services came out after that, and that was literally before even iTunes had iStreaming.
Right.
I mean, it was.
And
Tom Bean is so far ahead of his time. The way you guys have handled the broadcast industry, owning your own material, having your own studio.
The smartest thing Tom Bean did is in 1994, he went to, when I was on 93.3, on my second contract. It was my first contract was a very short-lived, 2 years, a year and a half, and they wanted to redo my contract. And Tom came in. It's the first contract he did for me, and he said, "We're going to roll Bubba off of being an employee of Clear Channel, and he's now going to be his own entity, and he's going to own all of his." Why do you think I'm able to go back and play old XL calls and stuff like that, Lummy? You know why?
Yeah.
Because I own it.
Yo, this is Bubba. Bubba. Yeah. Play some real music, man. What? I play real music, Holmes. Oh, say, are you bitching at my music selection? That's right. Tonight I am. You're not playing anything. I'm playing really good stuff. Hey, tell your mom. I'm not happy the way your mom French kisses, but am I calling you up and bitching to you about that? No.
Oh no, I meant to hit that. Sorry, I was supposed because the hang up always had to be put in manually, Lummy. So I got it here.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm able to play that, other radio personalities don't go back like I own. So Tom Bean took me out of being an employee for Clear Channel and said, "We're now going to license you to play Bubba's show and any material that he has during the term of the contract. But after the term of the contract, you don't have the rights to play any of it. Bubba owns everything." So that's why we got 20 years of stuff we're trying to ingest, because Tom Bean in 1994 rolled me out of being, now granted, I couldn't, participate in 401ks. I couldn't get company insurance and things like that. But that came with an up factor, and that is, I think, Seth, now, like if any radio personality from The Bone or any other person, when you quit, I don't know that you can take all of your shows in your libraries and repurpose that and that you own it. I think Cox owns it.
That's the way it typically is. And that's when I first learned that Tom Bean was so smart, was when you were doing the Sirius transition and Howard Stern was in the middle of these negotiations for gazillions of dollars to try to get his old content.
He had to pay CBS.
And you were like, "Well, I own mine already." And I remember he was like blown away, literally shocked by the fact that you owned it all.
He yelled at Don Buchwald, and he goes, "Don, these hillbillies down in Florida have been owning they own their stuff. How did we not own our own stuff with CBS?"
Mm-hmm. And you remember the meeting we had where we all sat in the room and Tom said, "This is what's going to happen. I'm gonna get Bubba on Sirius, and everything's gonna be okay, and we're gonna get a good severance." But remember how that whole thing went, and everything that he said exactly happened. It all materialized.
Do you know why? There's only one reason we got our severance.
Tell me.
Because John Hogan, the new president of Clear Channel at the time, who fired me for when they were doing the indecency stuff.
For the 755.
Right. He fired me and Howard Stern, and he went up in front of Congress, and he said, "I am embarrassed that the Bubba the Love Sponges and the Howard Sterns are on Clear Channel airwaves, and I can assure you that as of now, you'll never hear those people on Clear Channel airwaves again. We've effectively gotten rid of both of them. I, for a fact, never knew that, this type of stuff was being broadcast." Well, Tom Bean got a hold of John Hogan's office in Atlanta and said, "I got Federal Express receipts for the last 7 years of us sending," because John Hogan, before he was the president, he was a regional president. He would drive, down to Tampa and over to Fort Lauderdale. He would drive to all the cities, and he used to listen to my best of CDs. And so Tom had 7 years of us sending John Hogan our best of CDs so he could listen on the road. And so Tom Bean got a hold of the lead counsel.
He's smart.
Tom Bean got a hold of the lead counsel of Clear Channel and said, they were offering me zero severance. Like, you're fired, see you later. And I still had 2 years left on my contract.
He never told us why he was so confident you were going to get your severance. He just said, "I assure you he's going to get a severance."
He called Clear Channel at 4:30 on a Thursday and said, I don't know what the penalty is to perjuring yourself in front of Congress. I don't know quite how that shakes out for you corporately, but I got 7 years of Federal Express receipts that show that John Hogan was in receipt of Bubba's best of tapes. So if you want to rethink that, paying us our 2 years, or I'm going to have a news conference tomorrow at noon to prove that John Hogan just perjured himself in front of Congress. So you let me know how you want to think. 15 minutes later, they wired us our money.
Wow.
It was great.
You still
Did it up as well as her.
And you took care of your entire crew with it.
Yep,
That's important
Manson,
not to know, not to
I
forget.
paid Manson $10,000 a month for 2 years, so that he would not take another job and he would be available when we started on on Sirius XM. I paid Brent $4,000 a month, and Spice Boy continued to work for Clear Channel doing afternoons. But again, my question back over to you, Seth. I think when a person leaves Cox, I don't know that they can take their library with them. Can they?
I don't think so. But I mean, I have stuff, and I never had my own show over there, but I have stuff that, if I wanted to put up or something, like I wouldn't be afraid to do it. I don't feel like, Cox or Apollo or whomever would come after me for using it. Obviously, you're a different story, and so is Stern, but I feel like I'm on a lower level where I could get away with it.
But most personalities don't contractually have that they own it. Like,
Right.
You just kind of like, well, I think I could probably do it. But, I contractually had... Listen, lock, stock, and barrel. We don't have anything. When we're done, we're done.
But if they shot over a cease and desist letter to Seth, he'd pull it right off. That's, that's the whole thing. He's just, and that's a good admission. He's probably not on their radar like you are, and not the different standard that you're held to than everybody else.
Is this the explanation of the Hawk 2 coin?
No, I'm not 100% sure though. The Voidzilla guy is like 23 minutes long, so. I think this is a call.
Is this the other?
Coffeezilla did bring up one thing, which had to do with sort of the fees. One thing that a lot of people have harped on so far.
Explaining things.
Sort of responsibilities here.
Hawk Tua and her people had hosted an emergency Twitter Spaces, kind of explaining what had happened and giving their side of it. Coffeezilla had come into this space and kind of asked a couple of questions. And
so should I go to words and come back with this?
Sure, yeah, we'll figure it out during break.
All right, perfect.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
The charts and all that other shit.
Yeah.
That's that 23-minute one. That's why I was trying to find a.
So is this 3-minute one good?
It's supposedly, I guess, what Rev was saying, that the 3-minute one is their little host that they were trying to then explain what happened, right?
I would watch that Twitter Spaces clip during the break.
This one right here?
Yeah, because there's probably going to be some language. Already spent.
Delineation of sort of responsibilities here. It sounds like you guys are the team that kind of like packaged this up, leveraging like Haley's brand essentially. I'd be curious like what the deal is there. And you said that the tokens are locked up. Coffeezilla did bring up like one thing which had to do with sort of the fees. One thing that a lot of people have harped on so far is the bundling, and it sounds like you're saying you're going to provide forensics. I have no idea what the situation is there, and oftentimes the price side is completely out of control. But I'm curious, like in terms of the actual operational side of things, you said, yeah, we raised money that goes to all these funds. How is that? I know that it goes through an organization. It's a pretty standard thing to have a Cayman organization, and then there's oftentimes an associated like BPI organization, so that it all appears to be quote decentralized, even though like in practice it often isn't. How much do you guys get paid as a result of that to like keep the operation going? And like what percentage of that goes to you all? Would be like kind of the first question that I'm sort of curious.
So this is him asking the Hawk 2 people, right?
Yeah.
We have tokens that are locked for a year with the best, and just in case discriminatory way. We've spent over $500,000+ just to get that done. We intend, and a lot of people are employed on this, even over here on this team. So, those are operational costs. This is not something where we're looking to just to make some quick money. This is more of like a fun experimentation around what we can do with the meme outside of the space.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I mean, let's be clear, like, all of us, as much as we can say it's experimental, like, we all run, like, I run a business as well, and, and I have operational costs, and it's cool when, like, for example, those operational costs, for example, afford me to go fly somewhere internationally first class, for example. I'm just using this as an example.
Bravo,
So there's, like, an
Carolina,
incentive for
Cornell.
someone who's, like, operating a business
I should tell
to
you.
basically like have a successful operation that's going. So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's actual like
Hey guys,
income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick, but hello there. But I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Someone said Manson has Trump arrangements.
The business to
I bet he's probably
basically
not
like
spewing
have a
off on that.
successful operation.
Is this her? Yeah.
that's going. So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like
Hey
source of
guys,
income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick, but hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
They're in the middle of doing like emergency damage control, and she's
Okay.
like, anywho, I'm gonna go to bed.
What a fucking bitch.
It's almost like one of those cartoons, like Family Guy or something.
Yeah.
Or Big City Greens is what it was. She sounded just like the little kid from Big City Greens.
Yeah.
You're almost there, Lummy. A couple more years with your boy.
With what?
Called Big City Greens.
Oh, I've seen it. It's on Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disney or Nickelodeon, one of those.
It's on Disney. I've seen it many times.
Walker's
Alright,
hilarious.
pretty good. He kind of likes him. He doesn't mean he. That's
It's a little bit. It's a little older for him. You know, he's
But he
still
watches it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the same time as SpongeBob.
They like SpongeBob early on, which thank God for adults, man. SpongeBob's funny.
Yeah.
They have no idea why it's funny. You know what I mean? There's so much inside humor in that show.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay, not next Thursday. My bad. Stand by. I got it right here.
I was going to ask you the schedule. I'm confused.
Yeah. That's okay.
Let me write it down.
We all are. And you probably cannot make next Monday, and I'm sorry, the 16th and 17th, which is a Monday and Tuesday. The show's 10 to 1, and that's probably right in your making money deal. So we didn't really anticipate you being here. Now, if you want to be here, you can.
Okay.
But the only thing that we really kind of need you for is Thursday evening, the 19th, if you're available. From 8 until 9 p.m., we're going to do the White Elephant Party.
I'm there.
So
I'm available.
That's the 19th, 8 until 9 p.m. for an hour, the White Elephant.
Okay.
So, and I think you've attended the last couple White Elephants.
I've never missed one.
Right. And it's always good to get usually good to get a prize from Jay if you end up.
It's usually worth more than the 50. It's usually something Salento oriented.
I've won
Lots
it.
of liquor.
I've got it the last 2 years.
He always goes for it.
Lummy specifically wants it. Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
I look for it.
Did you take the gift minimum down to 25, Bubba?
Yeah, it's down to 25.
Okay.
But Jay.
Well, I just,
Jay wipes his ass with 25.
No,
Jay
I'm not.
buys $25 toilet paper. Please. Hi,
Wrong,
who's
Yoko.
who's this?
Hey, Bubba. Hey, real quick, this is a No Yeah No on Twitch. I was the dork that sent you the resume last year. I wanted to thank you first for all that you've done for this country. For me especially, I've been at some of the lowest lows of my life, and you have boosted me up and stuff like that. I work at a comedy club. I'm a door guy. I come in contact with a lot of comedians, and some of them happen to be friends with Calta. I see their shirts sometimes, and so
Sure.
I will ask them.
Well, hold on.
In a while, just
he's aligned himself. He's big into comedians, and I've never really been a big comedian guy. I've just never been a big comedian guy, and he really, really, really is a big comedian guy, and he's aligned himself with.
They help kill time
with one of the Side Splitters that he does.
Side Splitters.
He's aligned himself with the Side Splitters. May even own a portion of it. So, yeah, he comes in contact with a lot of these guys. But I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. So I just do some soft inquiries every once in a while to see if some of these people know about documentary coming out or the sex tape or your side of things or things like that. I appreciate you so much, so I don't want to have somebody come, through and then disparage your name without me just, giving a little, hey, have you ever heard of this? Have you ever thought about that?
Well, listen, first of all,
open to hearing
first of all, thank you for that, but be careful and don't get yourself in trouble for spewing any Bubba nonsense over there, because I know the owner is a big fan of Calta's, and I don't want to see you lose your job, bud.
Yeah, I'm not there in Tampa, but I also did want to ask you. I mean, I'm also an aspiring comedian, so would it be okay if I wore your shirt on stage? Because I see other people who
absolutely. I would be honored. Absolutely, you can
send us your set.
And and you know what? Have somebody videotape your set. Send it to me, and if it's funny, I'll play it. Or even if it's not funny, I'll play it. I'll play it either way.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, but certainly, I will send it to you. And I'm
now hold on, but let me just stop you though, and organically asking some of these people if they've heard the other side of the story or they're familiar with any of it. What have your travels? What type of data have you gotten back?
Well, actually, somebody that I talked to just last night, they didn't know that your girl had been beaten up and stuff like that. And I said, did you know that he, put his hands on somebody and took their phone and went through it? And did you hear that? And they were like, no, I never heard that. And I was like, yeah, maybe she's look into that. It's kind of crazy.
Got her ass beat. I mean, you wouldn't believe how much he face palmed her down to the ground. I mean, it was bad.
Yeah, I mean, she should never do that.
And I just can't believe Jay helped me helped me a little bit. Well, helped her a little bit with that, and that was a insider good old boy deal. If I've ever seen it. No, I know.
I'm not done yet.
I know, but I'm just saying. My Lord. Let's not forget, Conor McGregor got a sweetheart deal from law enforcement, and he just went through a civil deal. Didn't Jay say that it was 99.99999 on the criminal and only 50.00001 on the civil, right?
Well, you are a smart one.
So
it's a big difference.
That's
a huge
I got to be honest,
difference.
man. If you play that video, if you just play that video and you don't say another word, and a jury or whatever just sees that video, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Big guy welcomes small, petite girl in for questioning. She asks a few questions. He doesn't like it.
Public event, sponsored.
At a public event, sponsored by the radio station. She asks a question he doesn't like. He grabs her phone. He tells her she's pathetic.
Management sees it, doesn't do anything.
She asks management, Mike Oliveira, please help me. Mike Oliveira doesn't do anything. A person that works for the station that's a felon that's
a former convicted felon working in security
grabs her. Mike Calta continues to go through her phone, he grabs her phone. She then tries to get her phone back.
He turns it around.
He turns around, palms her face. To the point where I'm going to tell you something. She had some injuries.
There's no doubt.
And documented those. And then calls her, has her removed, goes through her phone, deletes the videos, calls her a dirty, you dirty C, Then 7 minutes later, hands her phone back to her. And all of this is captivated not on her phone, but by Mike Oliveira, who's a manager. That's the video that the state used. So it wasn't, that's how valid the video was. It was video that was taped by the manager.
Let me tell you something that makes women mad. Calling someone F you a dirty C. Let me tell you something. My wife doesn't have virgin ears, but when she hears those words in that kind of an angry context, woof. Let me tell you what, that really makes a woman upset.
If you put any woman on a jury and a 400-pound man calls a woman F you, you dirty C, there's going to be a lot of zeros on that check. I'm just telling you, that Jay, that's
I'm talking about
a
young woman. My wife said, put it like an old woman, my mom's age.
Oh.
They don't hear that word.
No.
Not like that. And,
especially when that dirty C is only guilty of, that dirty C isn't your wife that you caught, having sex with the pool guy. That dirty C is a woman that you welcomed in to ask you questions, and when it didn't go your way, you smashed her face in, took her phone, and then you called her a dirty C. That's what she's guilty of. She's not guilty of flashing her boobs and acting like a dirty C. She just filmed you and you didn't like the questions. And that makes her a dirty C. Man. Phew. Anyway, sir, get your set to me, and I wait till your friend,
What kind of comedy is it? Is it like political? Is it a day in the life of what's your comedy?
I was in the military, getting divorced. I used to be a drug addict before I got in the military. A lot of that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, buddy, I appreciate you sticking up for me in hostile territory. And thank you for being Bubba Army, my friend.
Could I ask one more question since I have both of the lawyers there about defamation?
One is here, and he's the expert of it, so go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Whenever I was deployed in the military, I was overseas. I had to collect some body parts, and I was photographed by Rolling Stone. And that Rolling Stone photographer that took the pictures actually just sent the pictures back to the States. They buy up the pictures, and then they can put whatever they want, whatever story that they want attached to the picture. Well, it wasn't a particularly flattering picture, but then they kind of just wrote this article saying that I was going around collecting body parts or war trophies. That didn't matter to me too much until I tried to become a cop and a firefighter, which is why I'm doing comedy now, because all of those things are closed to me because of this. And so I've looked for a lawyer for several years, and nobody wants to help me out or thinks that they can. But I didn't know, is there anything that I can do about that?
How many years ago was
getting them to retract their story or something?
I've had...
How many years ago was it, buddy?
It was in 2008. So
that's
it's been
the problem.
A while. And
yeah, it's so many years ago. It's hard to get anyone to retract something on the air. There's stuff that's still on line here that it just depends on whether or not, was it a factual article in the sense that it just identified that you were one of the people picking up body parts?
It was wrong. It actually just said I was going around collecting war trophies. And then actually Daily Beast in 2017 came back out with another article where they kind of doubled down on it. And then they said, this is my friend and this is the story he told me, which again just reiterated an inaccurate story.
So it started with there had to be a cease and desist at the time. They had to have an opportunity to retract. They didn't, you know what I mean? So everything we talked about before is what should have happened in that case, and that's why no one's willing to take your case. I'm sorry, it sucks.
It sucks. It just really sucks, but Jay's right.
You got to start with a retraction from the Daily Beast or whoever played it in 2017, because that could have revived your whole case right then. If they failed to retract it, then you can prove that they published a false statement of fact.
But there's
and
so
that you
many
missed
different
jobs
layers.
because of it. Then that's
like when Jay defends, like various automobile accidents and things like that. There's a protocol of things you've got to do fairly quickly to preserve your case, and you would have needed to do that, bud.
Yeah, fortunately, when you're poor, I guess you don't know all those things. But
no, you don't.
I appreciate you guys so much, and I love you. And I got to go into the VA, so God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, my friend. Get better. Thank you. Hello. Let me just bad.
Well, no. I was going to ask him about the Rolling Stone. I think I found out. I was trying to see if it's the right one.
See if you can send it to me.
Well, I don't. I mean, I guess
he's no longer here. You should have speaked up a little bit better.
I just found it. I mean,
I'm so sorry.
He said the date kind of late.
What do the body parts look like?
Send it to
It's
me.
actually pretty disturbing.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing?
Send it to me, Lum.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, what's going on now?
Hey, buddy. Bring it back.
Hey, I don't know. Y'all might have already covered it. Lummy, did you see the Juan Soto deal?
Oh, I don't think we can play any of that.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it's pretty bad. The Juan Soto. 15 years.
we're gonna talk about that here probably in a little bit.
Okay, well, Bubba, I love the show. I'm glad Seth is back. He's my favorite person on the show.
Well, if we can just keep him from not killing himself with a defective chair, Seth's gonna be okay, I think.
Well, probably just a little bit on the high side.
Yeah. Appreciate you, my friend. Take care, buddy.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Bye now. Let me, so that I can stay current, let me do words. We'll come back with that. I guess the guy broke down the Hawk 2. This is during like a Spaces event, and it's a guy that has a representative from the Hawk 2 coin on, and he's asking him questions.
Yeah, and she's in there too.
And she's in there, and she ends up being the tired, stupid hillbilly bitch that she is. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna go back. So, I mean,
and no one's heard from her since.
Right. I'd like to get as this story unfolds, a little more comprehensive of an event as to what happened. How much did she make?
Jay-Z should have followed her lead and just said, I'm going to go to bed.
I know you slandered, defame, and malice me, but I'm going to bed. My lawyer's going to handle this.
He'd be better off. Story be over.
So, I'm going to try to play that.
All
If
right.
you can continue to try to find, more stuff about this.
Yeah.
Could this be the end of her if she? Or is this a legitimate? Anybody can start cryptocurrency, I guess, and if people are stupid enough to buy the Hawk 2 coin, and she probably, had all types of different, fees and holdbacks and things like that. Maybe she didn't break the law, and people are just, if you bought it, you were dumb.
Yeah.
Because you're dumb.
Yeah, no, I don't feel sorry for anybody in this scenario at all. But people on Twitter were saying that she was gonna go to jail.
I feel a little
Really?
sorry for her
What do
because
I
I
know?
guarantee you she didn't come up with this harebrained scheme.
No.
Someone came up with it and said, here's what we're going to do. And they oversimplified it and they
Yep.
dumbed it down. And they said, you'll make money and you're not going to do anything wrong. Okay, I'm going to go to bed.
Sounds like me. We'll come back with that next. Hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
But the Bucks are #1 division. 2 weeks ago, it was like maybe we'll get a wild card.
The Falcons are definitely shit the bed.
There's something to be said about gelling at the right time.
Yeah. And down the stretch an easier schedule.
For sure. I read that article up there. Oh my God, Bubba. What is that from?
It's a teacher that broke into school and fucking was jacking off.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
I just sent you a story too from T-Shirt Well of a Ocala stepmom arrested for having sex with her teen stepson in Ocala. And the dad walked in on it.
Guilty. Look at the picture.
Yeah.
So this was her stepmom, right?
Yeah, he was banging his stepmom and the dad walked in.
That's
really on brand for Ocala.
That's very Pornhubish.
Well,
that's a category.
That's very Marion County.
Yeah. It is.
Does it say how old the kid was?
I think he was under 16.
Ew.
He looked like a younger version of the dad.
Oh no. Shocker. You look like your father.
I was banging you because it's a younger version of that.
Oh God.
Oh God, look at those tattoos.
Guilty. I don't find that those amount of tattoos at all attractive.
No.
How old was the kid?
That's what I'm
He was
looking
under
at.
16.
They don't say it, do they, on there?
I don't know if in this article.
I haven't seen
I
it.
did some deeper. Yeah, see, a victim between the ages of 12 and 16.
Oh yeah, between 12 and 16. Second to last paragraph.
In December 10th, which is tomorrow. She's going to court. Like, come on. I could take the sleeved, but not the belly.
That's it.
Like, get the fucking belly. Come on. But it's Ocala.
But it's like, even like, I want to have like that size tattoo of anything on my body. That's the regret tattoo.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, been a slow day today, Lummy. $9 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, the Bubba Army. Maybe we can pull the nose up a little bit.
Yeah, we had the Dr. Remulac for 100 earlier.
Oh yeah, or Doctor Who?
Remulac.
There you go. For the hundo. Was that on Cash or
Venmo.
Thank you, sir. This is breaking down the Haktua coin, cryptocurrency they offered, and there's all types of rumors and controversies and whatever as to how much money she's really made, how much they, defrauded people in fees. Just, how many people invested millions of dollars.
Wyatt Harris, 25. Super chat.
Thank you.
And it looks like in 2021, Kim Kardashian was fined $1.26 million for her attempt of a cryptocurrency scheme.
And she's and Kim Kardashian is far more credible and a bigger name than, and probably better handled than the Hawk Tuah a bit, right?
Yes.
One would think. One would think that if Kim Kardashian cannot come out with a celebrity crypto coin, then, maybe that's not necessarily the space to be in as a celebrity.
Is this something that I don't know who governs all of this? Do they care about meme coins? Is this?
Yeah, well, yeah, like pump and dump kind of thing like that.
I mean, I think they don't care about him, Seth, until you're defrauding a bunch of people.
Yes.
Look at the fourth one down below Haley. Majorie Taylor Greene. If I had her listening to this, I'd be afraid. She's a congressperson from Georgia who is not into fraud. And so I just saw her name. What is she doing in that room? Majorie Taylor, MTG?
The head of the Indiana BRN Mafia sleeper cell, Johnny K, threw down 100 on PayPal. Thank you, John. And I saw your lovely picture of you and your wife this weekend up on social. Thank you. So, Lummy, this is a guy that I think was in a forum asking the person that maybe is the representative of the Hawk Tuah coin various questions. She's in there in the room as well, and she becomes quickly bored with this and leaves.
Delineation of sort of responsibilities here. It sounds like you guys are the team that's kind of like packaged this up, leveraging like Haley's brand essentially. I'd be curious, like, what the deal is there. And you said that the tokens are locked up. CoffeeZilla did bring up, like, one thing, which had to do with sort of the fees. One thing that a lot of people have harped on so far is the bundling. And
guy sounds like Beavis and Butthead, like with a little bit of a lisp.
It sounds like you're saying you're going to provide forensics. I have no idea what the situation is there. And oftentimes the price side is completely out of control. But I'm curious, like, in terms of the actual operational side of things, you said, yeah, we raised money that goes to all of these funds. How is that? I know that it goes through an organization. It's a pretty standard thing to have a Cayman organization. And then there's oftentimes an associated, like, BVI organization so that it all appears to be
British Virgin Islands,
quote, decentralized, even though, like, in practice it often isn't. How much do you guys get paid as a result of that to, like, keep the operation going? And, like, what percentage of that goes to you all would be, like, kind of the first question that I'm sort of curious about here.
So this guy's asking somebody that represents the coin about the fees, right?
Yeah.
We have tokens that are locked for a year with a 3-year vest. And just to get this done, in a regulatory way, we've spent over $500,000+ just to get that done.
So Jade, it sounds like he's saying that they've spent $500,000 in infrastructure and various other fees to get this legitimized. Is what right?
That's what it sounds like.
We intend, and a lot of people are employed on this on this. Even over here on this team. So those are operational costs. This is not something where we're looking to just to make some quick money. This is more of like a fun experimentation around what we can do with a meme outside of the space.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I mean, let's be clear. Like, all of us, as much as we can say it's experimental, like, we all run, like, I run a business as well, and I have operational costs. And it's cool when, like, for example, those operational costs.
Oh, you can see that Haley Hawk Tuah, she is a host of this Discord, right? You can see up there. Yep. And and Marjorie Greene Taylor is listening, right?
She is.
Cool.
And you can see who's speaking. The guy on the right there, Nick O'Neill or something, top right.
Right. But you know what? When you get Marjorie Greene Taylor, she's listening for only one reason: to be able to shove it up your ass.
Congressional oversight.
Right. To be able to bring a pop culture, thing that everybody is probably tired of, and look like the good person to trump this bitch up in front of Congress, right?
Yeah, but
otherwise,
what I would do is
she be listening?
I would have Hawk Tuah flip on the other guys that exploited her. And I'd put everyone else. I'd investigate all these other people.
It's like she needs to retain you soon.
For example, afford me to go fly somewhere internationally first class, for example. I'm just using this as an example. So there's like an incentive for someone who's like operating a business to basically like have a successful operation that's going. So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
So now this is the woman that this coin is named after.
That's who everyone invested in was her.
And everybody is listening. Man, this is not a good look.
It sounds like something from Disney and like the the Country Bear promenade.
Interrupt you, Nick. Hello there.
Hello there. I mean, I think this is what people are sick and tired of. This hillbilly bullshit that she's.
I think they're done nerds trying to ask crypto questions.
Right.
She got distracted and tired.
In terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated.
I mean, he's asking legitimate questions about her coin. Her coin.
Tell him to spit it out.
Actual like.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
That may be the funniest two sentences I've ever heard.
He's
laughing too.
Yeah.
Over here, and I don't know what the distribution is, but are you guys able to speak in terms of like?
It's been a rough day. It's all good. We'll come
What do you mean it's been a rough day?
You just lost a ton of money. You just made $500 million. It's been a rough day.
It's been a rough day.
back tomorrow, Nick. We ain't going nowhere.
You
It's all
can't
good.
you can't
You
just
could
tell me
DM
what your salary is from this. I'll tell you what mine is. It's $150,000. What's yours?
Okay, I don't have a salary from this, but that's
You don't?
fair. It's cool. No, I don't. Unfortunately, I'm underpaid. But listen, it's all good.
All right, but maybe not your salary, but what what?
How much you make
How
off
much?
of it?
Maybe not a salary, but did you get X amount of free coin? Are you collecting X amount of fees?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how are you being? Is it called remunerated?
Compensated, remunerated.
Yeah, how are you being compensated? Remunerated for this project that you're overseeing?
Have fun, guys.
Neither of
We're
you
gonna
get
keep
paid?
meeting. We ain't going nowhere. Right? We have tokens that are locked up for a year with a 3-year vest. So the incentive is to keep us showing up. That's the incentive, and let's have some fun. It's all good. We'll get over today. Anybody who wants to be part of Haley's community, we'd love to have you. Right? And if not, if this is just a quick flip or whatever.
What? Oh, hold on. If this is just a quick flip or what, and then it cuts out. We need to know that last part. If this is a quick flip, or we need to know what the guy was saying afterwards, because
she was tired.
Quick flips are illegal, I think.
Yeah. Well, if you're only telling the insiders too, that's.
I was in Ocala all weekend. I'll be there again. I'll be there every weekend until March.
Was she at the track?
No, but I could certainly hire her to maybe work the beer stand. No, we got kids that come to the track,
Yes,
so
sir.
she'll be sizing them up. Mary and stepmom. Now, here's the deal. Now she's accused of. She's the stepmom of this dude, and this dude has a kid between the ages of 12 and 16. Now, this crime really, really, really is a bad, sick crime if the kid's 12. But if the kid's 16, man, I mean, she's at 16. If I had a stepmom that was fairly attractive, and this is an Ocala 8 or 9, and I'm sitting there watching a horror movie with me, and she starts talking about being horny and things like. I mean, I don't know that each and every one of us don't.
Well, but you gotta
break
fight.
this off.
You cover every one of these stories, man. It's time for you to start leading the cause of getting the age of consent overturned and lowered in as many states as you possibly
For
can.
men, for boys,
whatever
for boys.
whatever it is. I think that this needs to be your legacy.
16 for 15 for boys, and of course it stays 18 for women.
See, the thing though about this one that's weird. I mean, I know you get the whole 16-year-old. It's different than a 12-year-old. I agree with that. But when you look at like the maliciousness of this and what it's now set this poor kid up. Because I mean, if you ask a 16-year-old boy, anyone, hey, do you want to do this? They're going to say yes, no matter who they are.
The kid made the first move.
Yeah, but he now has the rest of his life that he slept with his dad's wife.
Yeah, but she's pretty hot.
And
in Marion County, that's not that big a deal.
A heavy burden for a young kid to bear his whole life when they don't. The 16-year-old boys can't make consent. They're not smart enough to consent to things. That's why they can't sign contracts.
My penis.
That's why they can't, they don't even get a rental car till they're 25. Boys' brains develop slower.
But my penis
so at this
develops
point, their
really
penis
fast.
brain is what dictates what they do.
And how many mistakes have we all made with our penis brain?
That's what I'm saying. Too many.
A 34-year-old stepmother in Marion County, which is Ocala, has been arrested for lewd and lascivious behavior on her husband's after her husband allegedly walked in on them having sex with his teenage son from a previous relationship. On Tuesday, July 30th, the Marion County Sheriff's Office received an anonymous tip alleging that a woman identified as Alexa Von Yates, which, by the way, I wish I had a bigger staff because I'd love to be at the hearing tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Have somebody from the BR in there. Had engaged in unlawful sexual activity with her husband's biological son, who is referred to at this point as the victim. A month later, on Friday, August 30th, the victim was interviewed by a specialist at a local child advocacy, whatever. During that interview, the victim stated that he was visiting his father in Marion County while on summer break. According to the report, the victim advised that he had sex with his stepmother, Yates, during this vacation, and it allegedly occurred while his father was at work. One day after the incident, the victim advised that the alleged sexual encounter with Yates occurred at about 1 o'clock in the morning, several hours after other children in the household had gone to bed. The victim stated that he was watching a horror movie with Yates when they both became bored and she allegedly began talking about being horny.
You think a 16-year-old boy is horny?
According to the victim's statement, Yates had been making sexual jokes around the victim for approximately a week leading up to the incident, including numerous alleged comments about being sexually aroused. So she's like, all week, I guess throwing little whatever. At the time of the incident, the victim stated that he was infatuated with Yates, and he asked her if she wanted to cuddle on the couch. The victim described how the interaction soon escalated into kissing, and Yates allegedly told him that she wished he was 18 years old. The victim then described the alleged sexual encounter with Yates in graphic detail, which came to an end when the biological father, Yates' husband, entered into the home.
Oh,
honey, I'm home.
And you're banging my son.
And you catch your son just going to town. The victim proceeded to run into another room, and his father confronted Yates while she was naked on the couch. Here's a picture of Yates. That's an Ocala.
I'm sorry, but when you meet a woman, you know if she's going to have sex with your son or not.
Is it because of the tattoos?
It's just she gives off that vibe before you marry. What
I'm
kind
gonna
of
blast
dirty
your son.
You know what kind of dirty, nasty hoe you're getting in bed with.
It's that caterpillar on the gut gives it away every time. Yates allegedly apologized. The stepmom apologized to the victim's father before mentioning how the victim looks like a younger version of him. That's
creepy.
Don't know if you should have said that.
Creepy.
I would have, if I was her, said, your son attacked me. Right? Your son attacked me, and
you saved me from coming home.
Yeah, thank you.
Why is somebody's always walking in? Don't you know when people are getting home in your life?
Don't you think it should be blasted? Well, in the front room there where you can see him pulling up.
Yeah, in the living room.
Well, I mean, how long did the cuddle and makeout session work? It wasn't like it was over 6 hours. I mean, if you're like, hey, we can't do this right now, Pa's going to be home.
Pa ain't gonna like this, is he?
Or just to call Pa, text him, we see where he's at, make sure he's not anywhere close.
Yeah.
Pa,
hey, Dad, how's the day going?
Pa, I'm getting ready to go to bed. How you doing? Well, I'm about 5 minutes from being home. Okay, quickly, let me get my wiener put back in. The report stated that several of the victims' relatives discouraged him from disclosing what had allegedly occurred with Yates. So several of the family members told the dad to stop, don't even go any further. The victim expressed during the interview at the Child Advocacy Center that he was angry that those family members were attempting to cover up the incident. Oh, well, hold on. So he initiated it. Now he's the victim? Because you think he's going to get in trouble or something?
Yeah, I guess so.
Several attempts made by the Marion County Sheriff's Department to locate Yates. Yates' social media profiles show that she'd regularly posted updates and photos until taking a multi-month break beginning in July. Her Instagram account shows that she began posting photos of her life and family again in late September. On Wednesday, November 6th, about a month ago, a deputy made contact with Yates and placed her under arrest. While in custody, she refused to discuss the incident without her attorney. Smart.
Mm-hmm.
Happy anniversary. 2 days before her arrest, Yates shared a statement on social media recognizing her husband and hers anniversary. Happy anniversary to my sweet, handsome husband. So thankful for the man that you are to me, our children. Cheers to year 7.
Fruit doesn't fall far from the tree.
On Tuesday, December 10th, Yates is scheduled to appear in court, according to jail records.
And you said we got to get to Marion County to show her support.
Well, no.
Show her support? Oh.
No, but I'm just saying.
No, you want to rally around her.
Not necessarily. I mean, listen.
This is your thing. This isn't new.
I was a 16-year-old dude at one time, and
Well, we don't know if he was 16,
and if my
though.
dad had remarried, which he did, and the girl was a Warsaw 8.
So does it make it a difference if he's under 16, like he's 13 or 14?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I'm like 15, 16 is the only way I can see this working.
Okay.
14, 13, and 12, then she needs to go to jail. 15, 16, it's tough to, our testosterone and our wieners make a lot of really, really bad decisions when we're 15 and 16, and this could be one of them. But who's the real victim here? I mean, I guess they're saying the kid. Now, again, I need further verification as to what the age is, because it's different. If it's 12, the bitch needs to go to prison. If it's 15, 16, maybe just an ankle monitor.
Oh, okay. Does she get an invite, free passes to the track?
Bubba Raceway Park?
Yeah.
Tom Bean's a stickler on who I let in free. And this wouldn't work. Tom Bean this would be a hard no. Tom, I like to put on my VIP guest, the bitch that blasted her 15-year-old.
She'll be right after the Hawk Tui girl.
Right. She can work the corn dog stand. No. Don't forget we got monster trucks up there this Saturday, including Dennis Anderson and Slingshot? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well,
you have the Dennis Anderson coming? That's pretty amazing.
King Sling.
King Sling.
Really?
I know that I put I know my buddy Justin Gamble and my buddy Mike Tharp put 15 triaxle dump trucks worth of clay in the middle. Oof. So the monster truck guys can build all their ramps and stuff. That's part of what I did this weekend.
King Sling is Dennis's original mud truck. He turned it into a monster truck for this tour. He's been running it on, I believe, 48s, which are a little bit smaller than what you'd see at like a regular monster truck show.
Okay.
But he's going to be at my track Saturday.
He's going to be tearing it up.
He was the original Gravedigger driver, right?
Yeah,
he is.
He's the original. Original game.
One of the godfathers of monster trucking for sure.
Certainly on the Mount Rushmore of monster trucking.
I saw him live when I went with my kid when I used to go with Trey all the time, and it was like one of those things where I'm glad I saw him. He's the real deal.
I've had him in the studio a few times.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
So anyway, King Sling with Dennis Anderson, 2 shows, Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway. Saturday, a matinee and then a night show. Go to our Facebook page for details.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What's up, everybody? Don't forget to smash the like button.
Smash it.
Cash out. Whew. Venmo.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
I'm good.
Shiz with the double news.
Gotta lean my motherfucking chair against the wall before I leave.
I don't understand if everyone who's on Rumble is just lazier than the people on YouTube, because we have 120 likes on Rumble and we have 357.
Yeah,
on
people on
YouTube.
Rumble are mean.
I think it's a lot of the same people. What's up, Insane in the Membrane?
Here's your brother playing pickleball. See it on YouTube?
I wish. Is that what that is?
Yeah, me and Dan playing pickleball.
When, this weekend?
No, God, about a year ago.
Look at him wearing his bicycle shirt.
Johnny, cool guy. Well, we had just biked 20 miles, and then we stopped by these pickleball courts.
I do, HS Bubba fan. I do actually feel that exact thing. What up, Xerxes? Ned's, his Erps.
Hey, that's a good question, Jay. Would you want to be a lawyer in Canada?
Yeah.
You would?
Would I want to be a lawyer in Canada?
Yeah, like, is it better than the U.S.?
No.
It's not?
No. As flawed as it is, the U.S. has the best judicial system in the world. It's the fairest.
Do lawyers, they get paid the same kind of wage in Canada, or they don't hold them in high regard?
I don't think we're held in high regard.
Well,
here.
I mean, like, as far as, like,
I would say, I don't know, to be honest. I'll be guessing, but I would be shocked if attorneys in Canada weren't able to make a good living. And
I just didn't know if I could get one for, like, $20 an hour, I mean...
No, you can in Colombia, though. For sure. Like, my brother's brother-in-law is down in Colombia right now running his IT business, and he's able to get contracted lawyers for, like, it's unbelievable, like $1,000 a month.
I'll go pretend to be a lawyer. Hello, I'm in Colombia, $50 an hour, and I can get you free.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Pretty much out of here. Thank you, JD Akko. Appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you.
Got this one little thing to play. Hold on. I'll turn this down. Thank you. I don't know how that stopped. I didn't stop that. They must have stopped it. Lummy, you in here?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I was going to play this on Friday, but I forgot. A Houston man went to court with his baby because nobody could take care of him, and the judge goes completely off on him. Yeah, Jay, what would happen if literally you were representing somebody and you had to go in front of the judge? And, well, obviously this guy doesn't have an attorney because maybe he does. Maybe this is his attorney. But you literally don't have anybody to watch you don't have anybody to watch your baby. Like, you just don't. Would you, as the lawyer, rather than just cold turkey and the judge, probably would have made contact with the judge prior so this wasn't such a big, oh, wow moment, right?
I would have had, if it was something like this, probably a paralegal with me or a lawyer with me who I would have had to sit in the hallway with the baby.
Oh.
While I went ahead, I would have asked a bailiff. I would have asked, there's somebody outside that wears a badge that you can say, I've got a hearing right now. I cannot walk in this court with this child. Could you watch this child for the next 20 minutes. And if not, I would have had to call my office, call my staff.
Right.
You should know ahead of time. This isn't, hopefully, the first time you've spoken with your clients, not when you're walking into court.
Here we go. This judge rips him a new ass.
I'm not happy with you. You have a monitor on your ankle. It's been dead. Is it still dead now?
Oh, yeah. By the way, he doesn't charge up his ankle monitor.
Come on, charge it with me.
So
we got to charge the kid's iPad, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
so Jay,
so
what
many
he said?
No, but
that's what Seth says. So, Your Honor, I can let my ankle bracelet go dead, or I can have an irate 7-year-old. Can you work with me here on this, please? Please. She has to have her iPad going. I am so sorry.
I got to charge the Switch. I got to charge the iPad. I got to charge the phones. I mean, come on.
Please. I didn't go anywhere, Your Honor. I promise you.
Is that his lawyer sitting there on the right?
I don't know.
Is it still dead now? Keep my charger with me. You keep your charger on you, but you don't use the charger because it has gone dead over and over. And I don't care if you come here with a baby to try to save your ass from going into custody.
I'm not trying to save him. I'm the only one that could watch them right now.
What's going to happen if you go to jail? You were to come back tomorrow. Don't come with a baby. Do you understand me? Don't come back here with the baby. Because if you're here and I put you in custody for one reason or the other, I will call CPS. Do you understand? I'm not happy with you.
Anyway.
That's a good judge.
Wow.
That's a good judge right there.
He's given him an opportunity to come back the next day.
Yep.
You better have that ankle monitor charged, and you better not have that baby.
Don't think I feel bad for you today because of that baby.
It looks like this judge has appeared online before, has gone viral of sorts. I don't know if he's always filming himself, but man, he could be the new Judge Judy for sure.
I would much rather watch him. Now, is this the guy from the subway?
Yes. Daniel Penny
that saved somebody?
Yes, the whole car full of
the train, whatever the train's called.
Right.
Yeah, he said that the guy came on and said he was going to kill somebody, right? And then this guy
put him in a rear naked choke
and killed him. And then the jury could not decide
on the first charge. So they dismissed the first charge, which they were supposed to. If they were hung on the first charge, Bubba, then he should be released, not guilty. But the prosecution did a chicken shiz move, and after the jury was getting hung on the first count, they said, oh, well, we'll dismiss the first count. And the judge says, great. So now he's no longer facing reckless homicide with 15 years. That's out. Now he's facing 4 years for negligent homicide, which is substantially lower. And so the judge did a little end around to keep him on the hook.
Sucks.
He should have won with the hung jury on count one.
Well, I sent you a tweet too on where there's a kind of a same situation, but a man stabbed the homeless guy on a train, and they dropped the charges and zero bail. Were
so this right here,
yeah.
This guy's going to end up getting. I think he's going to end up getting off.
Daniel Penny, age 24, put a homeless felon in a fatal chokehold to stop him from attacking people on the New York train. Bail $200 rejected. Jordan Williams, age 20, stabbed and killed a homeless man to stop him from attacking people on his New York train. He's an African American gentleman. Zero bail, charges dropped.
Let me just tell you, if I'm riding the train, I want either one of those guys saving me.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to take that action myself with my family and my children. And the thing that was amazing, Seth, and you probably saw this, is the testimony from the people on the train.
Yes.
One person's like, I've ridden the train for 32 years. This was the single scariest moment I've ever had in my entire life. Another person was thanking him. If it wasn't for him, I thought we were all going to die.
This is such an injustice that this guy is
He was
even
tweaking. I mean, the guy was on K2. He was on synthetic marijuana.
Right.
I mean,
and he's saying somebody's going to get it tonight. I mean, he was literally looking around the train saying, I'm going to get somebody now.
But he was a Michael Jackson impersonator back in the day.
And then this is, I guess, the head of the Black Lives Matter New York division.
Yeah.
He now has come out.
Racism is still alive and kicking in America.
You're right, the way the prosecution
There's no other
is.
way to view this. Everyone has looked at the case, and those among you who say that Daniel Penny is innocent have racism and bias in your heart.
Stop for a second. Just stop right there. I hate that straw man BS argument where you either believe with us or you're inherently racist. That's complete crap. Unbelievable.
If you look at the facts of this case, then you understand that Daniel Penny is guilty. But today, white supremacy got another victory.
Oh, hell no.
Today, the KKK, the Klansmen, the evil in America got another victory.
Really?
They got that top charge dismissed. America shall continue to America.
They
It shall
got that charge
continue
dismissed.
to place second-class status on black people.
Dude, this dude, he would have choked out a white guy, would have choked out an alien. I mean,
He wasn't
A
looking
black
to
guy helped him. He was there choking him while a black guy was helping him. Another passenger, these two heroic men saved the passengers. And the only person that this prosecutor, Alvin Bragg, who's the one who threw the book at Trump for the 32 checks he wrote or whatever, is the same guy that decided to prosecute this guy, but not prosecute the black guy that killed somebody. And neither of them should have been prosecuted, because if our police department was doing what they're supposed to do in the effing subways in New York, no one would be injured. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous that this Black Lives Matter guy can say this sort of stuff.
Talk about disinformation and misinformation, Mr. Black Lives Matter. You know who got the case dismissed? The prosecutor.
The victory. Today, the KKK, the Klansmen, the evil in America got another victory. They got that top charge dismissed. America shall continue to America and shall continue to place second-class status on black people.
I'm sorry, my inner Dan came out.
Oh. This guy's a hero, should be celebrated as such, and might do 4 years. Wow.
Good thing he's had his defense fund pretty much funded from the people.
That's
Good.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I
Good.
agree with that.
We'll be back. Let's call it 10:35.
Sounds good.
10:35 with the Uncensored Show. Me, Lummy, Brett, Mach, Seth. It's available if you're a member and you join on our YouTube channel and or our locals, you can actually watch it. Otherwise, you can download it in wherever you get your podcasting. See you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello. I'm back.